What did your parents blame you for that turned out to be their own fault? One day when I was in high school, I arrived home to discover several, mostly empty, bottles of alcohol from my mother's liquor cabinet sitting out on the kitchen counter. Upon hearing me enter the house, my mother angrily stomped into the kitchen to demand an explanation about why her booze was missing. I had absolutely no clue. But she wouldn't believe that. My brother had denied drinking her booze, so, therefore, it must have been me. My mother threw a tantrum trying to get me to confess, which included yelling, screaming, hitting, punching, and throwing things at me. Then she started hurling the other punishments. I was grounded. Any of my personal possessions that she didn't like, such as music she hated, was confiscated, and many of them were smashed, destroyed, and thrown into the garbage in front of my face. Then there were chores. I could expect to do nothing but clean from the moment I entered the house until I had to go to bed, until she felt I had learned my lesson. As it turned out, neither my brother nor I had anything to do with the paranormally disappearing alcoholic spirits. About 3 weeks later, one of her friends popped in for a visit. Let's call her Jan. I was mopping the kitchen at the time. Jan chuckled at seeing me mop and made a comment about how her kid never cleans. She asked my mother what her secret was. My mother told her about the missing alcohol and that I was being punished. Jan's face nearly hit the floor. Mouth agape, she reminded my mother that they had drunk the booze together during her last visit about a month prior. To this new revelation that I was, in fact, telling the truth, my mommy dearest very calmly stated, "Oh, that's right, I forgot." Then turned to me and said, "As soon as you're done with the floor, you can stop with the chores for now. You're not grounded anymore." And that was that. Of course, my mother never apologized to me.
I'm never taking a job on Craigslist ever again. What happened scarred me for life. After I was watching some well-acted home movies while playing with my pecker, I decided to look on the internet for some sort of paying gig. I didn't really care what. Then I came across a post on Craigslist. I had just refreshed the page and there it was. Someone was looking for a person to come by and feed their pets. I assumed they were going out of town or something. So I contacted them and left my number through email. I got a response immediately in the form of a phone call. The caller was a man, who explained to me that he was moving out of town, and his parents had cats they wanted fed daily. I gave the man my name so he could run me through a cursory background check, and in about 20 minutes, I was hired. I went there the next morning to get all the instructions and whatnot, and met the man I'd spoken to on the phone. His name was Ben. Ben explained to me that he would no longer be able to care for his parents' cats, and that his parents needed to focus on themselves, so I was being brought on to take care of that. The money would be left on the kitchen table at the end of every week, $200 a week. In addition to that, money for more cat food would be left for me as needed. Then he told me the first thing that I thought was strange. I was to come at exactly 10 a.m. every day, and be gone by 10 a.m. and I was to never, under any circumstances, to interact with his parents. He told me that when I'm in their home, they will be in their chairs in the living room, watching television, and that I was not to disturb them, ever. He asked if any of that would be a problem, to which I assured him it wouldn't. He then showed me the area in which the cats eat, and where the food was kept. While not rude in the least, he was very adamant that I not explore further in the house, which I promised him wouldn't be a problem. He ushered me outside and showed me where the spare key was in case the door was ever locked, but he told me that was very unlikely to happen. And with that, he expressed his hope that I could be trusted one last time, shook my hand, and told me to be there at 10 a.m. every day starting tomorrow. If I was ever unable to make it, call and leave a message on their home phone, to which he gave me the number. I shook my head and was on my way. The next day came, and I went inside at exactly 10 a.m. I walked into the house, and immediately to my right were Ben's parents, sitting in recliners, facing away from me, watching some kind of game show. I announced my presence, which they ignored, and made my way to the kitchen. I fed the cats bowls and left. This exact same scenario played out countless times over the next few months. 10 a.m., unreturned hello, feed the cats, leave. On Fridays, I would pick up the small stack of $20 bills from the kitchen table. It was the easiest job I ever had. Then came the inevitable. One day, I was running late. I got to the house at 10:08. I entered and apologized to Ben's parents for being late, to which I once again got no response. They just kept sitting in their chairs watching their game show. I went to the kitchen and fed the cats. I looked at my phone, which read 10:11, and walked down the hall towards the front door. When I reached the living room, I jumped and gasped out of shock. Ben's parents were now standing in the dark behind their chairs, completely still, staring directly at me. I apologized for running late and got out of there. Though unnerved, I went back the next day on time, and everything was fine. A few more months went by of nothing strange, and then came the last day I was there. I got there at 10:03, but wasn't worried because I knew I could be out before 10:10. The problem came when I was in the kitchen and I heard someone whisper the words "help me." It startled me, and I jumped, looking around for the source of the cry for help. I saw no one around, but I heard it again, and then a third time. I began looking around, before realizing I was running behind. I looked at my phone and it was 10:10. My heart sank to my stomach when I looked down the hallway and saw Ben's parents for the first time in the light. They were grossly emaciated and pale, looking completely malnourished. They were essentially walking skeletons. I apologized for taking so long and said I'd be on my way, but they just stood there, blocking the way to the front door. I said I would take the back door, which was located in the kitchen, but when I went to open it, I found that it required a key to open from the inside. Seriously. It was at this point that true panic set in. I looked behind me, and the parents were now about a half a foot away from the entrance to the kitchen, and I had nowhere else to go except what I presumed was a door to a pantry. They had blank stares across their faces, and their eyes looked as if the life had left them a long time ago. In a last-ditch effort, I went to the door that I thought was the pantry, and was instead met with a staircase leading into a basement, with, of course, no light. As soon as I opened the door there was a horrid stench that washed over the otherwise clean air I was standing in. I carefully went down the stairs and looked for a window, but they were all nailed shut. I happened to look back up the stairs, and the parents were now standing next to each other at the top of the stairs. It was truly horrifying. I pulled out my phone and called 911, not knowing what else to do, and when I explained my situation, they said they would send a car out immediately, and to stay on the phone while they connected me to the unit en route. I ran into the dark basement using my phone as a light. It didn't provide too much illumination since I was in the middle of a call, but it was just enough. There were racks of junk that lined the basement, separating it into almost aisles. I went down to check if any of the windows were possibly loose. Then I turned around and shined the light in front of me, and I was inches away from the parents' lifeless-looking faces. I let out a scream and ran in the other direction, and tripped over something, sending my phone flying from my hand. Of course, it landed face down so I couldn't find it. I ran back up the stairs and into the kitchen, looking back and seeing the parents standing at the bottom of the stairs, with slight grins on their faces. I ran down the hall to the front door and flung it open, screaming when I saw the cop standing right in front of me. He asked me if I was the one that called as I pushed past him to get outside, and told him I was. I looked in the window and saw the parents sitting in their chairs, watching their game show. I explained that these crazy old people had trapped me in their house and were chasing me around. The cop went in to talk to the parents and look around while I sat in the cop car. He came back out about 5 minutes later and asked if I was sure someone was chasing me. I said yes, I was absolutely sure, that it was the two old people that lived there. He informed me that the people that lived there, the people in the chairs, had been dead for quite some time. I asked what the smell in the basement was, and he said there was another body down there. Backup showed up. I gave them my statement and explained how I'd been coming there every day for months and months to feed the cats. I told them to call Ben, the homeowner's son. I gave them the number, and it was disconnected. I found out a few days later that the body in the basement was Ben. What I don't get, is who's been paying me. What happened to make you completely change your opinion on someone you were dating? I was 15. Dumb as hell because I'd never really been in a serious relationship before, and had no idea what I was doing. This was my first love, so of course I was convinced I was gonna marry him. He was 18 and a total piece of work. He told me he loved me, that we were gonna be together forever, and sold me on the idea of a perfect life. I wanted to be grown so badly that I jumped at my chance to feel like an adult. The crazy thing is, there's not a singular event or thing he did to trigger a grandiose get the hell away from me moment. He was horrible from the beginning. Our first date as a couple was homecoming. He was actually taking another girl to homecoming as a friend, but the week before he told me he canceled on her so he could go as my date. Instead of seeing this as the red flag it was, 15-year-old me thought it was some grandiose romantic gesture. It was only downhill from there. He expected me to be on the phone with him constantly when I wasn't at school. I would get home from school and he would expect me to call. If I took too long to do it he would yell at me. We would stay on the phone until I literally fell asleep. On the weekends, I was expected to call him as soon as I woke up. If I slept in too late he would yell at me. What were we talking about? Literally nothing. He would expect me to stay on the phone with him sitting in silence for hours and get mad if I said I wanted to go. Half the time he would get mad at me anyway for not having anything to say, never mind the fact that he didn't have anything to say either. Anytime I told him I would be out of town for the weekend for a family or optional school trip he would get angry at me. It took at minimum an hour to get him to tell me what his deal was. Every time he would tell me he had this amazing weekend planned and we were gonna go out and do all these fun things. Never mind the fact that he never had any plans for any of the weekends I was in town. He did get physical on a couple of occasions, but, dumb teenager me just thought it was because he was so passionate. I kinda realized I was in over my head when he started pressuring me to have intimacy. I didn't want to, but he did. And he talked about all these plans about going to a hotel room and how amazing it was going to be. It made me super uncomfortable, but after a while I just started going along with making the plans because I knew it meant we would move past the subject faster. I'm not sure what happened. I was talking with my mom one day and something just snapped. It was like 1 minute I was head over heels with this guy and the next I was repulsed by the very idea of him. My mom made and executed a plan beyond what I could have handled myself. I ended it over the phone because I was scared of how he would react in person. My mom contacted his parents and told them what was going on. She contacted the school to make sure I had support there too. I made it clear to him in no uncertain terms that he shouldn't talk to me or come around me at all. He drove by my house frequently for a couple of days. My mom called me out of school for a week. He would sit outside on the street for an hour or two at a time. Even our neighbors got involved in helping us. They would warn us if he was outside or let us know if he came by when we were out. It got kinda bad and I went to stay with my dad for a few days. He came by and left a card and a stuffed bear on the porch at my mom's on Valentine's Day. Eventually he just stopped. But I spent a lot of time scared out of my mind not knowing if or when he was going to pop up, even after he stopped coming around. I still have no idea why he stopped but I won't forget that kind of fear. My wife wants JFK to kiss her kitty. My wife is obsessed with JFK, yes, John F. Kennedy, 35th President of the United States. He's her #1 crush. She's in her 30s. She is obsessed with the entire Kennedy family. I probably know more information about the Kennedy family than I do about my own family, just from hearing her talk about them all the time and overhearing her watch and rewatch every Kennedy-related documentary and movie that's ever been produced. Seriously, she's seen every single one. And is always moping about how she's seen every Kennedy-related thing ever made and she wishes there was something she hasn't seen yet. If I accidentally mention that I haven't seen a particular Kennedy film or documentary, she's like, great. We're turning it on now. Then she gives her own commentary over top of the whole thing. The top man in her life is JFK. She has a framed picture of him on her vanity in our bedroom, so he watches us all the time. He's her phone background too. No pictures of me anywhere. She even talks to the picture sometimes. We have a framed picture of the Kennedy family on our mantle. Yes, the mantle in our living room that everyone sees. But it was a gift from her sister, so it must be displayed. Last year for Christmas she asked for these Kennedy-related Christmas ornaments. I did buy her the one she really wanted. Towards the end of Christmas I could tell she was getting a bit sad that I apparently hadn't listened to her heavy hints and bought her this ornament. Her Christmas was thankfully saved when I produced the ornament at the end of the night. Over half of her presents from everyone were Kennedy-related. She openly tells me, in detail, about her intimate fantasies involving JFK. He's the main person she fantasizes and about. If she doesn't seem very into having intimacy with me, her actual husband, all I have to do is put on my JFK voice on, I have perfected it, and she'll usually cave. I did have to put my foot down when she started talking about doing me with a back brace on. Too bizarre, I'm just not into role-playing like that. Why would I marry her when her heart clearly belongs to a man who has been dead for 60 years? This didn't all come out in full color right away. When she did start mentioning her crush on him, it wasn't concerning. Whatever, he was a stylish guy, had great hair, it wasn't the craziest thing I'd ever heard. She told me tonight that her list of favorite men is JFK Jr., a very close second to his father in her books, and she's taken up a bunch of hobbies inspired by him, thankfully not flying planes, yet, and Bobby Kennedy, Sr., thankfully she does not care for Jr. at all. Then me. I'm fourth behind 3 dead men. Her toys are all named after those guys. Her dog is named Jackie O. Now she's planning out a Kennedy tribute baby name. Her engagement ring just had to be from the same jeweler as Jackie Kennedy's ring. Done. I did that for her and I still can't rise above Bobby Kennedy to be number 3 at the very least? If she buys me one more thing that is something that JFK wore, I don't know what I'll do. Well, I'll probably wear it or use it because it makes her happy. My wife is relatively normal in most other ways. She's attractive, has a good career, although I know she slipped about her Kennedy obsession at work in a few moments of weakness and I'm scared to know just how detailed she got. She's told me she's touched herself secretly at work a few times and will just sit and stare at pictures of these men. Sure, she loves every salacious intimate detail that comes out about JFK, and has to tell me about it, which seems to be the only thing that ever gets her excited, and the more dirty details she finds out, the more affairs she finds out about, the more she wants to do him. But if I just look in the direction of another woman all hell rains down. It's fine. I'm fine. I don't know why I'm sharing this with the internet right now. It's so ridiculous. She's in the shower. Fantasizing about him right now. She told me that's what she was going to do. She says I should just be glad all my competition is dead. What deep family secret did you discover that completely changed your worldview? I was scrolling through r/Ask Reddit one day, when I came across a post that really grabbed my attention. It asked users to tell a story about a young woman who finds an old family journal that reveals her ancestors' heroic contributions to the abolitionist movement. This discovery sets her on a quest to learn more about her lineage and inspires her to fight for social justice in her community. As soon as I read it, I was reminded of my own family story. My great-great-grandmother had been born into slavery and owned by an elderly man who treated her like his own daughter. He even allowed her and the other slaves to go into town without supervision, which was unheard of back then. During one of these trips, she caught the eye of another slave owner who wanted nothing more than to buy her freedom and be with her forever, but his dreams were dashed when his owner died suddenly without leaving anything behind for him. Once she gained freedom, my great-great-grandmother married a white man named John Smith and they had 2 daughters, Elizabeth, my grandma, and Mary Jane, my mom. They struggled financially during the Great Depression, but John made sure his family never went hungry or slept on empty stomachs. He sacrificed everything for them. Years later, while rummaging through Elizabeth's closet, I stumbled upon an old wooden box hidden beneath piles of clothes. Inside it was an ancient leather-bound book filled with stories from our past that nobody knew about until now. It contained so much history, joys, sorrows, anger, fear, happiness too, along with hope and love, all wrapped up like forgotten presents waiting to be opened again after all these years. This serendipitous discovery changed my life in so many ways. It gave me insight into our courageous lineage while also reminding me how history repeats itself over time if we don't do something about it now. The journal inspired me even further in my mission for social justice and equality. No matter what happens or how hard things get along the way, I'm determined not let this legacy die out. Am I the jerk for pulling my daughter from a waterpark trip because her teacher made her stay with a kid she doesn't like? My daughter Bryn 9 is going on a trip to a nearby water park with her class next week. She loves water and has been talking about it for months, so I was a bit thrown off when she came home crying a few days ago and told me she didn't want to go. I asked her why and she wouldn't tell me because she thought I'd think she's a bad person. When I finally coaxed it out of her, she said her teacher Ms. Ann has forced her to be the buddy of her classmate Ben for the entirety of the trip. She was to ride the bus with Ben to and from the trip, eat lunch with him, and go on all the rides with him instead of spending time with her friends. She then said nobody likes Ben because he whines whenever they have to do work and picks his nose and wipes boogers everywhere. I was horrified, not only because Ms. Ann had made Bryn do such a thing, but also because she had made her believe she was a bad person for not wanting to. Unfortunately, this wasn't my first experience with Ms. Ann, as she frequently used my soft-spoken, intelligent older daughter as a behavior buffer for the naughty boys until I threatened to report her to the superintendent. It's clear to me that Ms. N is still too comfortable with enforcing archaic gender roles on her kids and forcing girls to do unpaid emotional labor for the sake of the boys. I immediately sent Ms. N an email condemning her actions. She sent me back an email with a bunch of BS that basically ended with, if Bryn goes on the trip, she has to be Ben's buddy. Fine. I informed her Bryn would not be attending then. I immediately booked VIP tickets the same day her class was going so she could still go to the park and see her friends. What happened next I wasn't expecting. Bryn is quite popular, so I have gotten to know a lot of the moms in her class. When I let them know what Ms. N did, some of them were so horrified that they also pulled their kids out of the trip. In total, 8 kids, out of a class of 20, are either not going, or going with us. Today I got an email from Ms. N saying that because almost half of the class isn't going, they either have to raise the cost for the other students or not go at all. She practically begged me to let Bryn go and tell all the other parents to let their kids go, promising she wouldn't make Bryn do anything she didn't want to do. I told her she should have thought about that before she tried to make my daughter do her job. My husband said I was being a bit petty and that Ms. N clearly feels bad about what she did, and I should let Bryn go as I've already gotten my way. He asked me if I really wanted to deprive children of what they've been waiting for all year. The thing is, if this wasn't Ms. N's first offense I probably would have agreed, but she has a pattern of this type of behavior and hopefully this will put a stop to it. Plus, if she has to explain this to her superiors, I have receipts. Is my husband right? Or am I justified? What's the saddest thing you found out about a student? Substitute teacher here. Was in a classroom for a week and a half. 3rd grade. It was already kind of in flux. I was subbing for their long-term sub because their teacher had a baby. Which meant it was super hectic, and it had like 3 kids with IEPs who needed constant one-on-one attention, right? But it was a great class. They were all smart, just off routine and bored. There was this one kid, though. He's a brilliant kid. Rude but also smart like we had an agreement that he could work ahead during math so he wouldn't distract all the kids around him by talking once he finished early. He was a jerk and kind of a bully, but it was clearly coming from a place of frustration. The behavioral specialist told me that if I needed to keep him in line, he was deathly afraid of getting a note sent home to his parents, so I could use that as a threat. Not really my style, though, seemed a bit cruel, so that didn't come up. I had to punish him a couple times because yeah, he had a ton of bad behaviors, but there were only 2 major incidents. First incident, he was upset with a kid who wasn't moving as quickly as he was and started to berate him, so he had to sit out at recess with me and have a talk about understanding how other people felt. We got to just talking and he told me about his dad, who he clearly adores, and I wound up introducing the kiddo to Calvin and Hobbes, because he reminded me of Calvin. They even look alike. As for the second incident, he would not listen during math. Refused to. Distracted the rest of the kids, called out during the lesson, and eventually hyped himself up enough that he called me something disrespectful. Not mean-spirited, but inappropriate, along the lines of Miss Poop or something similarly stupid, and I sent him to the office to get his work done in private. I made the mistake of mentioning that he'd used disrespectful language. Kid comes back in half an hour in. Absolute tears. The behavioral specialist is with him. She takes me aside and asks me if I'm sure I really want to continue with filing a report because his dad really kicks his butt when he gets sent home with one. I explained that no, this kid and I had an understanding, he just needed to cool down, and I did not intend to send a report home, but a lot of the stuff he told me just clicked. This wasn't a spanking, oh my mom whoops my butt type thing. The kid was crying silently at his desk, clearly trying to hold it back, utterly terrified. I sent her away, sat down with him, and told him that short of his actually harming another student he would not have a note sent home while I was teaching one of his classes. That yes, he needed to fix his behavior, but a note home about a stupid name was not worth endangering his well-being. And I went home. And slowly put together that the teachers know this child is being beaten, but the behavioral specialist still told me I could use that abuse as a tool. I have no idea if there's a CPS case or not against this family. I'm worried reporting it myself could interrupt a case they already have against them, and anyway I have no real information. The kid's first name and class at school, that's it. I haven't had another job at that school yet, but I'm going to check in and get more information the next time I'm there. I got home and cried. He has his problems but I'd adopt that kid in a second. He deserves so much better than that. Am I the a-hole for defending my wife after she purposely dumped coffee on a kid? My wife and I are both kid-free. My brother Mac, 28, started dating 30-year-old Heather roughly a year ago and she came with 3 kids. Anna, who is 100% the problem child. The boys, 6 plus 8, are great. Anna on the other hand purposely does poop to piss people off at every turn and is extremely defiant and her mother lets her get away with it. We own a camp on the lake and once a year we host a large barbecue and weekend stay for the entire family. Mac brought Heather and the kids. Anna was a poop all weekend. Picking fights with people, throwing tantrums, hitting, etc. and Heather just stood back saying I don't know why she acts like that rather than do anything to correct her kid. My wife was getting noticeably more pissed off as the hours progressed but nothing like yesterday. Yesterday we were all sitting out on the deck talking and enjoying a coffee and Anna was underfoot, per usual. She was told to go play with the other kids several times and she refused. Finding excuses to be involved in the conversation. Which included picking up a fly swatter and swatting at flies around all the adults knocking over our coffee several times. She was also smacking my wife with the swatter repeatedly saying there were flies on her when there wasn't. My wife at one point looked at Heather and said either get your kid the F out of here or I'm going to lose my poop. I also spoke to my brother several times about him stepping in. This was following Anna dumping my wife's fresh coffee all over the place, including on her, for the second time. Cold coffee. My wife doesn't drink hot coffee. Heather said a clipped Anna go play and that was it. No follow through. Well, Anna comes right back in and slaps my wife on the forehead with the swatter and says bug, missed him. My wife took her coffee, her third one that she just made. Again, cold, and flung it at Anna, covering her. Anna immediately starts crying and Heather flips out, so does my brother. Saying that my wife was an immature cunt and that she's just a effing kid. My wife calmly puts her cup down and continues conversation like nothing happened, as Anna, Heather and Mac are all flipping out. But then Heather says, do you have anything to effing say for yourself? And my wife says, don't let the door hit you and your demon spawn on the as on the way out. Some of the adults are saying maybe an apology is warranted and that we are us for not giving one. I personally don't think so. By the way, there were plenty of times my wife specifically had told Anna to stop and she had even taken the fly swatter from her at one point. Anna went and mocked my wife and then grabbed a new swatter, while Heather and my brother ignored Anna and what she was doing. Hence, why Anna kept doing it. Several times the other adults spoke up to this kid as well and spoke to Heather about stepping up and telling her kid to stop and actually following through. Many steps were taken before it got to this point. No, my wife shouldn't have had to remove herself from the equation when it's our property and everything was on our dime. My brother and his sorry excuse of a mom girlfriend should have corrected the issue from the beginning. 12 is plenty old enough to know right from wrong. Even her brothers don't pull that poop. Also, it is not my wife's job to set an example, like some of you are saying. We are kid-free for a reason. Anna and her sorry excuse of a mother were warned several times by my wife, me and the other adults. Beyond that, it's a theme issue. Final update, my landlord revoked permission for me to hospice in the home I've been renting from her since I have been terminally ill. Hi friends, we are approaching my 6-month mark in hospice. The good news is I am so much better than I was back in May. I am able to go without my O2 for hours at a time. I can get to yoga pretty much whenever I want, even though I still can't do more than half the class. I effing hate my Exalgo, but somehow we've figured out a way to coexist. And neither mom nor I have murdered one another. She's still such a effing badass. Seriously, my mom is such a badass. I think we're knocking it out of the park, honestly. The big thing on my agenda right now is trying to decide whether or not to stay on hospice or graduate to palliative care. I am doing some diagnostic stuff to help us make that decision in the next 4 weeks. We'll know by 12 halves. Even after that, though, nobody is going to be able to tell me how much time I have left. They try but, they don't know. My brain isn't working very well but I've got a couple of projects lined up for the next few months and, we'll see how it goes lol. Maybe I could actually accomplish something instead of just being a lump. That would be huge. Honestly, things are really great. I am dying and I can't complain. That's all any of us can hope for. So the goodbye is that I'm abandoning this account. I only kept using it after getting outed on r/legal advice because of laziness and not wanting to make another throwaway. But it created a thing where there are some IRL people keeping up with me this way now since I don't do other social media and, yeah, that isn't what Reddit is for, at least not for me. So to my IRL people, I love you. If you're one of my southern friends, mom is obviously your go-to. If you're in NYC, BOS Greenwich it's Avery, and if you're in CO probably Micah, or Richie I. If anything does happen to me these are the people who will know pretty quickly. But also know I love hearing from all of you, so, you can just shoot me a text to ask me how I'm doing, if you want. You never bother me, that isn't a thing. You all mean more to me than I have words for. I told a friend of mine recently that after I found out I was terminal I just started grabbing onto the people around me in a panic, but those people turned out to be effing superheroes. I am so grateful for each and every one of you. I love you all. Thanks for loving me back. Reddit, thanks for being a, mostly, supportive place with incredible people who want to help when the SHT hits the fan. To say this process would have been harder without you is a massive understatement.
A man I never knew tracked down my rapist and shot him. I started visiting him in prison and our relationship developed. I don't know if I made the right decision here. For context, I'm a caregiver who usually takes care of elderly people. One day I met Mark who was clearly healing from some intense injuries. Turns out he'd been shot 5 times 1 year prior. I didn't ask much about why because I was unemployed at the time and was only interested in how this guy said he needed a caregiver. Long story short, Mark lured me into a fake caregiving interview, gave me substances without my knowledge and roped me several times, despite his injuries. It was really traumatizing and I contacted the police. Nothing was done. But I wanted to do something about it myself so I looked all over the internet for information about Mark. I found several articles about how a man named Dave shot M after a guy, 12, was found in Mark's apartment. I didn't know what occurred exactly but I knew he wouldn't have done what he did unless he'd had a really good reason for it. I ended up writing several drafts of letters to this Dave guy who I'd never met. It was my therapy. I did send one letter that got sent back and I kind of dropped it. It took me about 1 year to finally work up the courage to start calling around the prison system and figure out where Dave was. I found the place, left my number, and he called me that day. We started talking about what happened with Mark and really connected. I found out he was Mark's neighbor and knew all kinds of nasty stuff he did. Everything he said matched up with what I knew about Mark and he knew even more than me. We share all kinds of information about Mark and it made me understand even more about how everything occurred. So Jay and I end up talking every day for several weeks. I find out as we're talking that this guy was a rope survivor like me. We have a lot of therapeutic conversations about trauma and grief. We talked about things that therapy could never have covered for me, and he shared so much wisdom with me. I really enjoyed talking to him, so much so I started visiting him. We started planning a future life together, and I'm pretty sure we fell in love. Sadly, one day his final hearing came up, the one that would give him his final prison sentence. After that I never heard from him again, not one peep. I don't know what happened to him or where he ended up. I cry when I think about that guy. It has been 4 months. I hired a private investigator to help me find him. I want him in my life. Also, I still run into Mark all the time in public, no matter what part of town I go to. It makes me sick that this person is free and living off disability while Dave is in prison.
Teachers, has a student ever been arrested in the middle of the class? This one kid was a chronic troublemaker, nothing serious but just really disruptive, and always thought he was funnier than he was. He was the guy that talked way too much and took jokes way too far. Worst he ever did was smoked weed in school all the time, but lots of us did. We'll call him Chris. One day, Chris brought a baggie full of oregano to class and starts flashing it to everyone. Kids are chuckling. He eventually gets caught. He tells the teacher it's oregano, but she's not having it. She calls down for the resource officer. The resource officer comes and takes him out of class. We're all saying, they're gonna feel stupid when they find out it really is oregano. The story gets repeated to laughs throughout the day. Next day he's not in class. His friend comes up to me and says, "You hear what happened to Chris?" "Yeah, I was there, they took him out of class." "What happened when they found out it wasn't drugs?" "That's the messed up part, they arrested him." "What? For what?" "Possession of a fake controlled substance." "What?" "Yeah, apparently that's a thing." "No way." "Yeah, he's on probation and can't come back to school until next year." Women of Reddit, what uncommon red flags in women should men be on the lookout for? The ones that play games, like, "I don't want anything for Valentine's Day," gets nothing on Valentine's Day. Why didn't my boyfriend buy something for me?" And then get really angry. If she gets jealous whenever she's not the sole source of your joy/happiness. When she constantly traps you in difficult situations, like asking if she or her friend are prettier, shit like that. Sometimes they're just looking to stir shit and there's no right answer. Just run, man. Women who follow rules for dating. I have a friend who follows rules from Sex and the City. If she's dating someone, they have to move in together at the 6-month mark, engaged at 1 year, etc. It always ends in disaster, and she's so focused on meeting those goals without paying attention to how her partner feels about any of it. Romanticizing being a psycho. It's not cute, it's a massive red flag. If she puts you down around others as a joke, shows total disrespect and the need to look good at the expense of hurting others. Always deflecting the blame when you confront her about any sort of issue, no matter if directly caused by her or not. Today I effed up by admitting I didn't wipe my butt in front of my family. It's basically like the title says. It happened about 2 years ago actually. So 2 years ago I effed up? I was in a family party in my aunt's house. My family around here isn't big and most family reunions are about 4 or 5 people. Mom, dad, auntie, cousin, and myself. But this time, some missing cousins that never appeared and the number grew to 8, including one of my cousin's girlfriend at the time. My dad wasn't there that day, so it was mom, auntie, and 4 cousins plus the girlfriend. The house is small, so people basically stay at the living room chatting, drinking beer and listening to loud music in big speakers. I'm really quiet, I don't drink alcohol and don't get too much involved with the family gossip, so usually I just stay seated drinking soda and watching TV or something while everyone talks. In this party I was no different, just drinking my soda and watching the gossips flow mouth to mouth, but for my luck I was struck with the poop necessity. I think like most people I usually don't poop in bathroom other than my house because my butt is very shy, but my aunt's house, it's kinda like my second house. I go there frequently since I was a little kid, so I really felt secure. Besides, I was really with the poop necessity. So I went to the bathroom, seated and really quickly shot my brown load down the toilet. It was quick, but I tried to be as quiet as possible, as the bathroom is basically 2 meters away from the living room where everyone was. I pooped and after a little bit I was relieved. But after the relief, a revelation, there wasn't any toilet paper. I was so quick to poop that I didn't check if there was any paper. But, well, there were a bunch of lockers in the bathroom. Probably in one of them must have a free toilet paper, I presumed. I got up the seat and made the infamous dinosaur pose, going to the lockers that were in the opposite wall. Searched all the lockers, nothing. So, I tried to look for something that would make a good toilet paper at least, absorbent maybe? Still nothing. I went back to the seat, in despair. So, I had to try the humiliating thing. I started to scream for Auntie. Auntie, Auntie, come here, please. I called for some good minutes, but nothing. Started calling for Mom, and still nothing. Started to just make calling sounds, hey, hey. And still, nothing. I swear I went on screaming for about like 10 minutes or so, and nothing came. I still could hear the chatting in the other room, so I knew they were still there. The thing is, my voice is really quiet and the music was really loud, and my family talks very loudly too. I think that's why they couldn't hear my screams of despair at the other room. Anyway, I was there, in the seat, shitted and now pissed nobody is hearing me. I really didn't want to get my underwear or sock dirty, so I remember what once a YouTuber said, just stay at the seat for some time until the poop dries. After waiting some time, dried as the poop, I presume, and I go out of the bathroom. Nobody seems to notice I was gone for a relative big period of time, But in my deranged, poop state of spending 20 minutes or so in despair inside the bathroom, I cut every one of the family's gossip and asked nobody was hearing me? I was in the bathroom asking for some toilet paper. Instead of keeping my mouth shut about the situation, my family was kinda in a row facing the corridor that leads to the bathroom, so I could see the blank face in everyone's face all at once. They were like, "Oh, we didn't hear," but I argumented that I called for several minutes. My cousin said, "Well, you could have knocked on the door, probably we would hear," and I was just speechless. How could they hear knocking but not my voice? My mom asked if I cleaned myself with something, and for some stupid reason, I said the dirty truth in a loud voice. She said, "Son, you could just knocked on the door or cleaned yourself with another thing rather than getting out of the bathroom with a dirty a hole." Nobody was laughing or something. Everyone was just kinda embarrassed. I was so infuriated at that time that I didn't register anything anyone said anymore, neither would I have said. I just went to another place with a cup of soda and stayed there until the reunion ended. The place was small so I still could hear the conversation, and it just went back to family gossips like nothing happened. In the end of the night it was just normal even though the shitty scene that happened, and nobody ever touched the subject again. My students use sign language during class and I found out something disturbing. I am an art teacher and I have one student named Jane who sticks out. She has autism and she seems to like me a little too much. She would do her best to be extra nice to me and would defend me whenever one of her other classmates were not listening or being rude. She also compliments my arms a lot, which I find rather strange. She has a friend group of about 3 others which she always sits with, and whenever they talk there is always one of them that looks at me. It gives me the feeling that they are talking about me, which is kinda creepy. I have always kind of got the feeling that Jane likes me. For Valentine's Day she bought a rose for me. On Monday she was always earlier to class than the rest and she would be slow with making her work on purpose so she could stay after class with me. She would also always tell me stories about things at home. She would tell me that she doesn't like her family and other stuff. She would also very often come into class with bruises on her arms and neck and other injuries, and she would just be overly nice to me. I would never call her out on any of it because I thought that maybe I was just delusional and it was just her being different. Last week I was teaching them and Jane and her friends were speaking in sign language. I know sign language because my brother is deaf, but I never told the class this so they didn't know. Apparently Jane and her friends were talking about me, how Jane wanted to find out where I lived and wanted to break into my home and do things to me. I also found out she's stalking me on my way from work to the bus stop and on social media. She also fantasizes about me. Jane is 15, so all of this makes me super uncomfortable.
Am I the a-hole for showing my boyfriend how disturbing it is to have him yelling at video games all the time by calling my friends up and screaming? My boyfriend plays games with some of his friends from college and they get really intense about it, like yelling in frustration. It bothers me a lot. I grew up in a rough home and I don't like that environment of screaming and cursing and anger in my home. I've told my boyfriend this, and he says he's not really mad. It's just a game. It's just the way he connects with his friends who are competitive people. But TBH, it bothers me a lot. Last week, I had been napping and I heard a holler and I was immediately woken, and feeling panicked. I of course quickly remembered where I was, but I was upset. I really just don't want those energies in my home. I went downstairs and told my boyfriend to stop hollering at home, because it's stressing me out. And he kinda brushed it off. Later that night, I called my friend and as a joke, said I should just have a yell with her. And she was all for it. She went out to the woods behind her house and also grabbed her roommate on the way. It was kinda silly at first, yelling over Skype. But we kinda got into it. My friend was yelling about some shit her boss said, and her roommate and I were yelling back, "Fuck that, girl, you need a new job and stuff." It was kind of hard to keep from laughing and we kept dissolving into giggles. It devolved into one of us shrieking like a maniac, everyone dying laughing, and then repeating. My boyfriend came upstairs at that point. He'd been sitting outside and smoking, and he asked what the hell was going on. I was like, "I'm calling my friends, thought we'd try having a scream." Seemed like a fun way to socialize. He was telling me off saying that hearing women screaming is gonna make someone worried, and I was like, "Oh no, I'm sure it's fine. Screaming into a mic is just normal socializing, right?" We talked later and he said he didn't want me pulling that shit again because it freaked him the hell out to hear me screaming, and I was just like, "Okay, so do you finally get it? I feel freaked out when you bring that energy into the house too." And he said he didn't think it was the same. He and his friends normally socialize like that. Me and my friends were being crazy to make a point. I said that I had a lot of fun having a yell on the call. It felt good, and if he wanted to keep bringing that energy into the house, I'd be doing it too. But if he didn't want that kinda energy around, we could stop it together. He called me ridiculous for this, and yeah, I know it's kinda petty, but I also think I have a point. If he doesn't like me screaming in the house, he should understand I don't like him screaming in the house. Am I the a-hole for having a yell while video calling my friends, to try and make the point to my boyfriend that his yelling when gaming with his friends is disturbing?
I tried to get rid of my autistic son by dumping him near the Delaware River. I have never felt so terrible in my life. I love my boy greatly, but he was a pain in the ah. This boy was among the oldest of 4. He was 14 years old. He was diagnosed with autism and his doctor said he barely passes as high functioning. Ever since he was born, we were never able to fully toilet train him. He started speaking at age 9. Getting him to take a shower and not stink is a constant battle I fight with him every day. He takes up more of your time and energy than any normal kid. Trying to not get him into a full-blown meltdown is emotionally draining for everyone at home, including Dad and the other children. We can't take him out in public because he needs his iPad. Take the iPad away and I can guarantee you it will be hours and hours of property destruction and screaming fits. I had to pay a stranger for damage he did to her car because he bashed his head on the window and completely smashed it. I had been sued for an estimated $4,000 for damages he caused to multiple rental properties we lived in, and this was after the deposit was withheld. My life is a nightmare. Christmas and Thanksgiving are nightmare. I have paid for therapies, doctor's visits, medications, and nothing has helped him. I was sick and tired of it. If he dies, I'll be doing him a favor as a mother by saving him from the cruel world he is subjected to. I thought I would get rid of him by using that to his advantage and make it look like he ran away. So I waited until the whole family was asleep and took him near the Delaware River, and told him that I'll be back for him. Except I had no intention of coming back for him and instead called the police later that night to report him missing. It was an hour since I did that and the remorse and panic came. What the F was I doing? He's my son. Why would I try to leave him alone in the cold, to potentially die if he jumps in the river? I was scared that he might have jumped in. I wasn't sure what if he actually died. Instead of calling the police, I raced to my car and went to where I dropped him off, and lo and behold, there was the police. I found him rocking and crying in the back of the police car. I told the police who I was and that it was my kid. We get home and Hess shaking. I tell him everything will be alright. After doing this, I immediately seek therapy for myself. Even months later I am seeking counseling. But I am still helpless on how to help this boy be a functioning adult who will be okay when I or his dad dies. I am still shaken from my actions to the point of crying because at the end of the day, I was a horrible mom to my son. A bad mom to my daughters when they needed me most, and a bad wife to my husband.
I almost proposed to my cheating girlfriend. I've known my girlfriend since we were in kindergarten. She's helped me through thick and thin. Through periods of depression, when my parents were being abusive, when I lost my grandparents, through it all. She's genuinely my hero. She's also so warm-hearted, caring, selfless, and the best person I know. About a month ago, I told her parents and mine that I wanted to marry her and we agreed to rent out our favorite amusement park, where I would propose to her, which is also where I confess my love to her. It is still rented for 29th August. It was also perfect, until yesterday, my girlfriend said that she's going to a karaoke event with her female friends. At 2 a.m. today, she returned, clearly drunk, and collapsed in bed. This morning, she woke up in tears and apologized profusely. After she'd calmed down, she explained that she was drunk and decided to have intimacy with another man at the party after the karaoke and regretted it afterwards a lot. When I asked why she'd do this, she said that she was so drunk that she completely blanked on the fact that she was in a relationship with me. That sounded to me like she would have intimacy with other men if she wasn't with me, so I asked if she was unhappy in bed, but she reassured me that that's not the case and couldn't ask for anything more from me and regrets everything she did. I had so many more questions that I wanted to ask, but my heart completely broke and I began crying. She hugged me and said that she would do anything to get my trust back and constantly asked not to break up over this. I said that I needed some time to think and went into a separate room. I have now been sitting in this room heartbroken for many hours now and don't know what to do. She said that she'd do anything to get my trust back, so I have hope that there's something I can change to ensure that she never cheats on me again, like always going with her when she goes outside, but that feels really controlling and disgusting to me. Is there any way to not break up and still have trust again that she will never cheat on me again? If I do break up though, I don't think I can ever love anyone like her again. Please try to understand and comprehend that I've known her since not long after I was even born. We were often in the same class, doing the same school work together, playing together, eating together, doing everything together. I spent many years trying to confess my love. We've spent many years living, loving, smiling together. She feels like a part of me by now. How can I just throw that part away and pretend I'll be fine? I'm saying this because I know it's common on this subreddit to basically just say move on, but I really don't think that's possible for me. So I'm really looking for responses that suggest how we can stay together with rules to ensure that this never happens again. I would also like to hear suggestions about whether I tell mine and or her parents of the incident. I'll have to tell them to cancel the amusement park event, so I probably will have to tell them what happened, but I could excuse the cancellation as me not feeling quite ready yet or something. I'm mainly considering this because I don't want her parents to be mad/yell at her or be cold towards her, because, as I explained before, she's always been my hero, and I don't want someone who's helped me so much get hurt, especially because I've experienced how much that hurts.
I almost proposed to my cheating girlfriend. A day after the post, I decided to ask for clarification as to what exactly happened. I was mentally prepared for every possible response, except the one she gave me. From all of the information she gave me, I have tried organizing the most important information below. Before the karaoke, the boyfriend of one of her friends, whom I'm acquainted with but not particularly close with, decided to join at the last minute. Let's call him Richard. During the karaoke, her female friends kept daring her to chug beers. She told them to stop dating her after 3 drinks, but they kept insisting, And making her feel bad by saying stuff like you never drink much anyway, so just for today, try to have some fun and stop ruining the moment, and other stuff. So she continued, can confirm that my girlfriend normally drinks far less, 2 beers max normally. She says that she remembers drinking 10 beers in about an hour. She says it's likely she drank more after that but doesn't remember anything after the 10 drinks, except waking up back home. She says that the drinks very likely made her blackout drunk. In my original post, I didn't provide much detail about when she returned from karaoke due to the word limit on posts, and me not thinking that the information would matter much. Regardless, the day she returned, her female friends were carrying her by her shoulders and I had to also carry her to her bed. Her legs were barely moving, her body was not holding upright, and she wasn't able to form coherent sentences. Although, until then, I did not have any experience with a person who blacked out, I can only imagine that her situation was a blackout. So, I do also believe that she got blackout drunk. When she woke up, she had 10 missed calls from her friends. When she called back, her friends explained what happened while she was blackout drunk. During the karaoke, Richard said that he needed to talk to her, my girlfriend, for a moment to strategize on how they'd sing as partners. The friends decided to continue the karaoke while Richard and my girlfriend strategized. After half an hour, neither Richard nor my girlfriend were back, so they started checking for where they were. Richard wasn't picking any calls. After an unknown amount of time, Richard's girlfriend saw Richard having intimacy with my girlfriend. Of course, Richard and his girlfriend broke up, and then all of the females brought my girlfriend home. After finding out about this, my girlfriend was mad and shouted how dare he rope me. I was in the basement before I saw my girlfriend cry, which is why I didn't hear this, but her friend said he's saying she consented. My girlfriend says that she was speechless and hung up, because she couldn't believe she consented to that and started crying because she believed that she cheated on me by consenting and thought our relationship was over. She didn't know that legally, if a person is drunk, consent or not, you cannot have intimacy with them. I was surprised she thought this, because, even if you don't know the laws on this, how could it possibly be morally, or even solely logically speaking fine to ask for someone's consent when they're barely able to communicate or think? I was really shocked by this story and started feeling really bad for my girlfriend. I explained to her that this is rope, not consensual intimacy. I hugged her and tried to comfort her and asked if she needed anything and how she was feeling. She said that because she doesn't even remember anything after the drinks, she doesn't feel any of the responses normally felt after rope, like trauma. She said that she's mainly disgusted by Richard but also mad at herself for losing control so easily because of a dare and hurting me like this. We went to the police station to report this. The investigation is still ongoing. Also, to be honest, I was still a little suspicious that the story could have been made up or misconstrued, so I went to the karaoke place that they went to and explained the situation and asked if I could see the camera's footage. They agreed, and there was footage of the exact situation that I was told playing out. There was also footage of Richard asking my girlfriend intimacy, and my girlfriend responding in a very drunk and barely audible voice I like. That bastard really thought that was consent. I have of course also provided this footage to the police. Although the police's investigation has not concluded, the evidence I saw is in my opinion enough for me to believe her. My girlfriend volunteered to explain the situation to both of our parents because she wants to take accountability for her actions. Her parents were very apologetic and sweet about the situation, which I appreciated a lot. My parents brought us both together to make sure that all of us were on the same page, and we had a big group hug, and my dad said something that really resonated with me. This situation is really shitai for everyone, but I know that love will prevail in the end. Unfortunately, it was too late to go back to the theme park that we rented that day, so me, my parents, her parents, agreed to proceed with it but without the proposal and invited a bunch more people. I told both mine and her parents that I would decide when the time is right to tell her that we initially rented that amusement park to propose. I told her about a week ago when things were more back to normal and her feelings seemed very complicated as one would expect, but I think her summary of her emotions being devastated but understanding is pretty good. Thanks to the advice of many Redditors, we have decided to take couples therapy, which has been really helpful in helping us understand each other and get even closer. She proposed to herself that she never wanted to drink alcohol again. She said that it never even tasted that good anyway and never made me happy in the long term. She said that she mainly just drinks to fit in, but now plans to stop. So far, that goal has been going great. We also realize that we both always want to do events like karaoke together but sometimes worry about bothering the other. Even on the day that she went with her friends, she wanted to go with me, but thought that I looked busy, so went alone. I was not busy. We have worked hard at being more communicative and expressing our feelings more, and it has seriously been great. I have also told her about my post.
What's the best case of instant karma that you've ever seen? While working for the fire department, on a call for a multi-vehicle rollover accident on the interstate. We got on the Interstate 1 exit away, running into traffic, so we moved over to the emergency lane with lights and siren. We were about halfway there and a BMW pulls in front of us trying to cut through the traffic. He didn't even look. I laid into the air horn and he came to a complete stop, with his middle finger out the window. I'd had a lot of people do stupid things when seeing lights coming at them, but this guy was being an ass for the sake of being an ass. He got out of his car and started screaming at us. Meanwhile, he was blocking the only fire engine and 2 ambulances available. People were really hurt half a mile away, and he was making his stand because we honked our air horn at him for blocking us. I looked out at my mirror to see a highway patrolman running between lanes towards us. He was pissed. BMW boy was immediately arrested, his pretty car got pushed out of the way into a ditch and he went to jail. The people in the accident were hurt bad, and 2 cars had to be cut open to get people extricated from bent metal. It was frustrating.
Were you ever that 1 in 1 million? If so, what's your story? When I was 14 years old, I woke up one day with heavy stomach cramps. We called the hospital and they told us that I probably have a stomach flu and should go to the doctor next morning. After one of the worst nights ever, vomiting and sleeping next to the toilet, we went to the doctor. I had a fever of 40 degrees Celsius and was aching a lot. The doctor told me I had to go to ER and have it checked out because she thought my appendix was inflamed and causing the pain. We went to the ER and I stayed in the hospital for about 2 weeks, but they couldn't find anything. They treated me with broad-range antibiotics and after 2 weeks I was feeling a bit better and they told me to go home and recover. The night I got back from the hospital I went to bed and started hallucinating that I lived in a retirement home and that pirates were coming to steal our food. So I was flailing around trying to fend off pirates when my mother came in and asked what all the fuss was about. I told her what was going on and she looked at me like I had summoned a devil. She took my temperature and she instantly took me to the ER again.
What was it like to move out of your parents' home and pay your own rent for the first time? I will not lie to you all, I genuinely had thought that I died and went to heaven. At the time I turned 18 and graduated from high school, I was the oldest of 7 children. Both my parents worked, so from 4 p.m. till bedtime, I was in charge. I had to start dinner, assist with homework and be the referee when anyone started a fight, usually the 2 oldest boys. I had 3, each, brothers and sisters. I grew up feeling like my life was not my own, always doing chores, cooking supper or babysitting my siblings. My parents were very strict. I did not have a car and borrowing the family car was like trying to get blood from a stone, so damn near impossible. I didn't have any boyfriends or girlfriends, any friends for that matter, because I was always busy at home. On weekends we all had chores and no, we were not given any kind of allowance. When I graduated, I could not get out of there fast enough. I got a job at a department store and I rented a room from a family friend, but that was only temporary, because the single mom who owned the house thought I was going to babysit her 4 years old. So, I got an apartment across the street from my place of work and I was in heaven. It was so quiet at night, the only mess I had to clean up was my own. I could watch TV or read a book without having to separate my brothers who would absolutely be fighting. If my laundry needed doing, I did it. My weekends were free and I managed to make some friends. It was the most freedom I ever had. To this day, I remember the feeling of absolute peace and quiet in my tiny 1-bedroom apartment.
I am just disgusted with my friend right now. I have known her since we were kids, we are in our late 20s now, she's married but I am still a single Pringle. Last week, she texted me and invited me over to have dinner and drinks with her and her husband. She said they would pay for dinner and he would buy whatever alcohol was my favorite. It was a little out of the blue, but I thought it was a nice gesture. Still, I asked for a rain check because I wasn't feeling up to it that day. I had dinner with just her last night and after a couple glasses of wine, she told me that her husband really wanted me to come over and have dinner with them. She repeated that they would pay and get whatever I wanted to drink. I agreed and suggested sometime next week, after Christmas. She said that sounded good but then proceeded to admit that the whole reason he wanted to do this was because he wanted to see us make out. He thought it would be very attractive. She said he would even text her randomly in the middle of the workday about this, about how hot it would be. At first I thought, oh how juvenile, and tried to laugh it off. I told her I wasn't going to do that and she casually remarked that she figured they would just get me drunk so I would go along with it. This, I guess, is the reason he offered to buy whatever alcohol I wanted. Then she said she was glad I declined their invitation last week, because when she thought about it more she realized she wasn't comfortable with this. She said she didn't want him to get any ideas. That was when it hit me that she was just going to go along with this. She wasn't going to tell me any of this until she thought better of it, and the only reason she thought better of it was because I guess she's worried about him cheating or being attracted to other women, and not because she realized that this is a crappy thing to do to someone, especially a friend. Worse is that several years ago a man did this to me and I was essayed, and my friend knows this. She knows it really affected me and that I struggled for a long time because of it, and yet she was still willing to allow a similar situation to happen to me in her own home. I guess she thought it would be okay because it's just kissing? I feel very hurt and disgusted that she would try to put me in this situation. I would never even consider doing this to someone, and the fact that the only reason she changed her mind was her own insecurity, and not any concern for me or my well-being. I don't know that I feel comfortable ever being around them again. Couples, what was your biggest insecurity about each other? I've always known that my boyfriend Zach was the one since I saw him screaming about Aaron Yeager in the 9th grade. We were in the same chemistry class, and that was something we had a lot of. Whenever we touched each other, it felt like I was on fire. Every time we talked, it felt like I knew him since I was a little kid. We could even predict what the other wanted to say before we even said it. It wasn't long before he asked me out and we were the it couple. Everyone had predictions on how long we could last, especially his girl best friend, Jessie. Ever since Zach and I started dating, she'd start asking Zach to hang out with him way more, and not in a normal way. Every time we'd hang out as a group, she'd find some way to suggest she knew Zach so well. I tried giving Zach a mini makeover once, and she took over because she knew him better and that I had trouble with fashion. She even invited me to a party under the pretense that it was casual, but when I came she was wearing a skin-tight dress. When I confronted her about it, she just said that she knew I wouldn't be taking anyone's attention either way. One time she even tried to ask him to come cuddle, which Zach immediately called her out on. I knew Zach didn't entertain her, but she was starting to get under my skin. I guess Zach noticed that in me, because he stopped hanging out with her altogether. Whenever we saw her at school, he would look the other way and act like she didn't even exist. When I asked him why, he said it was because he was tired of her behavior. She knew how much he loved me, but she couldn't handle him having time for anyone else but her. We graduated high school and put that chapter behind us, going on to college for our respective careers together. We were doing well together until I got a hey girly text in the middle of the night. Jessie sent me 4 screenshots where Zach and her were texting and talking about meeting up to let him put it in during spring break. I was heartbroken and demanded Zach explain to me why he would betray me like that. He looked at me like I was crazy, which pissed me off even more until he gave me his phone like it was nothing. I checked his messages and his messages showed an entirely different situation. He hadn't even texted her since sophomore year of high school when he asked her for the algebra homework. She sounded like a complete idiot, so Zach and I just blocked her and moved on. But for some reason, I couldn't get over what I saw in those texts. Although I knew Zach would never betray me like that, especially since he proved himself so well here, I also knew that I wasn't the most attractive person in the world. Jessie was prettier and was his childhood best friend, and I knew deep down that she would be a better match for him. I bottled it up so much that it started affecting Zach and I's relationship. I started avoiding him and not talking to him as often, because I couldn't look him in the eye and imagine Jessie looking into those same eyes. It started affecting our intimate life the worst. Before, we could give each other one look and we'd instantly want to jump each other's bones. It was like we couldn't get enough of each other. We'd have intimacy at least once a day, sometimes even more. He knew all of my sweet spots and every time, I'd find myself begging for more. But now, I couldn't even get turned on enough when we tried to get into it because I kept imagining Zach doing the same things in the text Jessie sent. If we did follow through with intimacy, I could tell he was uncomfortable because I looked absolutely miserable. I kept picturing him putting it in Jessie and actually enjoying it. I rarely initiated intimacy either, and I could tell it was starting to get to him. One night, I tried to start intimacy with him by wearing my hottest clothes and giving him my signature look. When he caught on to what was going on, he started kissing me softly. Every single one of his touches made my skin tingle, and I started to trail my hands down his body. But as I started to touch his boxers, the image of Jessie biting off his boxers with her teeth as she said in the text popped up. I literally jumped 50 feet away from him. He looked so hurt, but I told him I wasn't feeling it today. I went to dinner the next day with my best friend and started talking about my anxiety. She told me she went through something similar when she gained a couple of pounds last year. She said she didn't feel right in her own skin, so when she tried to be intimate with her partner, she didn't even want the lights to be on. She spent the whole experience paranoid that he would feel her stomach rolls, and it got to the point where she would stiffen up during intimacy and not enjoy it at all. She told me she used something called a quickie kit, which had some products that she used with her boyfriend, and when they used it, they were doing it like rabbits. She was finally able to turn on the lights during intimacy because she was so wrapped up in the idea of being with him that everything else just melted away. I decided to look into it that night and ordered some. In about a week, it came in and I pulled Zach aside to talk. I told him that I loved and trusted him and that I wanted him to try this out with me to see if something would change. It had different types of oils that were supposed to turn me on and get my mind off Jessie and focus just on me and Zach. He told me he was willing to do anything to make me feel comfortable and be present with him, so we tried it out. We started to go slowly, but when I kissed him I knew I missed his body so badly. He started to rub the arousal oils on me and I swear I felt sparks every time he touched me. The arousal oil calmed my legs, and started to make my fluids more intense. I saw him in a completely different light. Just the sight of him made me have to squeeze my legs. I felt a new type of frenzy, and I basically jumped on him. He kissed every inch of my body and then took out the intimacy melts. Once he stuck them inside of me, I couldn't resist. Every nerve in my body was activated, and I needed him and me desperately. So I grabbed the CBD lube from the quickie kit and rubbed it on him, then slipped it in myself. It had never slipped in that easy, and he could tell I was the most wet I had ever been for him. There was a ferocious energy in the both of us, and we started going at it. I never heard him moan as loud as he did when I slipped it in, and he didn't stop then. I heard him groaning the whole time about how good I felt around him, and I couldn't resist. This quickie kit was making me go crazy. Every single movement felt like I was floating until it got to the point where I couldn't handle it and finished. In my whole time of dating him, I'd never finished as hard as I did at that moment. We just lay there in shock for a few minutes after. The thought of Jessie's little Wattpad fantasy didn't even pop into my head at any point during that. It didn't even feel like a possibility, because we felt like two puzzle pieces that fit perfectly together. I looked at him one more time and told him how much I loved him. I don't think you need a crazy story to try this out, because man was this the best intimacy of my life. He kissed me and all he said was, "Seconds?" I grabbed the quickie kit and his PP so fast after that. What's the easiest trick to see if your partner is cheating? My secret test has saved me from countless toxic men. Some of my friends tell me that it's a genius plan, others say it's toxic, but I'll let you decide that. Last year, my now ex-boyfriend, who I'll call Charlie, like every other guy, had commitment issues. I decided early on in the relationship that I wasn't going to waste my time and I was going to find out if he was actually attracted to me or not. Step 1 to find out if your boyfriend is cheating is not by looking through his phone but by paying attention to how he talks about his friends. Especially if it's his female friends, engage in more conversation about his female friends. I watched the way Charlie smiled and giggled, he let his guard down, getting excited talking about his female friends. Next, offer to hang out with his female friend. He'll be hesitant at first but will eventually fold to seem loyal. Now this is the final part of the test. Listen well. Now you need pheromone perfume. I got one called Attraction in a bottle from Q-Turgis. When I arrived to hang out with Charlie and his friend Claudia, I applied the pheromone perfume on me, and when I hugged her I rubbed some on her neck. Science shows that men are naturally attracted to women with higher counts of pheromones. So if we're both using it, it ultimately makes Charlie choose. He won't verbally choose, but if they're like Charlie, he chose by the way he smiled and laughed, who he positioned his body to, and who he maintained eye contact with the most. By the end of our hangout, I told him I needed to use the bathroom before I left. I walked away and from afar, I saw Charlie grab his friend's butt and get beach slapped in front of everyone. I never saw him again.
My controlling husband canceled my plane ticket so I can't attend my sister's wedding. Now, he is giving me silent treatment because I drove for 4 hours to get there instead. My husband and my sister were not in good terms since my sister had a boyfriend. My husband called Lily a beach for having a boyfriend despite being 19. But my sister would always tell him to F off because he has no say in her life and he is not her father. She would often tell me that he doesn't like my husband because he is giving her the creep, but I tell her that he is a great guy if you get to know him well. My husband told me that he just wanted my sister to have a good future and having a boyfriend at her age won't help. Eventually, 2 years later, Lily met her fiancé and will be marrying next week. We live hours away, which is an issue for my husband. When we first got the invite, he told me that he wasn't going, that he would stay for the kids, and suggested I do the same. Since the wedding doesn't allow kids and my husband doesn't want to hire a babysitter after the last one had robbed us. He was the one who discovered the robbery. I never saw or talked to the babysitter after he kicked her out. We had gone back and forth on me going to my sister's wedding, but I insisted on going since that's my only sister and I want to attend what might be a once-in-a-lifetime event for her. He chuckled at my statement, then we stopped talking about it. As the wedding was approaching, he brought it up and told me to miss it and stay with the kids. I suggested that since no babysitters were allowed, I could get my friend to stay with the kids, but he refused. I ignored him, spoke to my friend who agreed to watch the kids, and booked a ticket to travel to my sister's town in time. My husband found out and went on about how he had work and that the most logical solution is that I stay home with the kids and let him make his living. I told him that I already took care of the kids and they'll stay with my friend. On the day of my flight, I dropped the kids off at my friend's place and then headed to the airport. To my shock, I found out he had canceled my plane ticket. I was upset but still insisted on going, so I went home and got into my car and drove 4 hours to get to the town. At 5 p.m., my husband called and was freaking out on me, asking where I was. I told him I made it to my sister's town and he blew up saying I wasn't supposed to go, even said he canceled my ticket to get me to stay. He demanded I return, but I said not until the wedding was over. He called me a horrible, neglectful mom, then had his mom scold me and accuse me of abandoning my own kids. There was a huge argument ensued when I returned home and my husband kept on saying I was horrible to leave the kids and to ignore him like that and do what I wanted. He's giving me silent treatment as of now and I can no longer take it. I felt guilty and did not enjoy the wedding at all. Days passed and I found a bracelet in our living room that I remember belongs to the babysitter. I felt the need to contact the babysitter via social media to give back the bracelet and talk to her about what happened. I sent her a DM telling her who I was and mentioning the incident that happened at our home. She sent me a long wall of texts swearing she never took anything from our home and that my husband came home and was lashing out at her and the kids for no reason. Then brought up a previous interaction they both had. Then she claimed that he touched her inappropriately while he was in the kitchen with her. This caught me off guard. I asked her to expound on that and she said she wasn't sure it was an accident or that he did it deliberately. She said he didn't say anything but his looks made her uncomfortable. She also said she was willing to let it go until she saw that he started leaving her texts days later demanding she respond to him. This kid is 17. Then the day he accused her of the robbery. He just lashed out at her, criticizing her work, and then told her to leave and not come back. She said he didn't accuse her of anything being stolen, just lashed out and told her to leave. I couldn't wrap my head around this. When he came home, I went to try to speak to him on that, but he kept blocking my attempts to discuss it, so I blew up, showed him what the babysitter sent me, and he remained calm, which is completely out of character of him. He kept repeating the line, "She's lying to you," while I absolutely lost it on him. I threatened to take the kids and go stay with my friend, which is what I'm gonna do today after he leaves the house. He kept calling me crazy to believe some kid's story over his and insisted that I was looking to dig up dirt to start a fight. Update: I didn't get all my important things and had to return a couple of weeks after leaving. I secretly had my uncle with me. He wrestled my car keys from me and barricaded the door, thinking he had me trapped. My uncle stormed in and the cops were called. Forcible confinement charges were laid. Effing piece of poop thought he had a chance and took it.
My wife ruined my time off from work by stepping on my boundaries and not allowing me to read books, so I'm trying not to lose my mind and hate her. I work a very demanding job. There are very few, if any, times during the year when I have the luxury to take a few days off to myself. When I get home from work, between cooking dinner, doing dishes, and taking care of chores around the house, I get maybe 2 hours a day to relax. My wife gets upset if I don't spend all of that time with her. So I don't get to watch my shows, play my video games, or read my books. I've told her many times that I need time to relax and do the things I enjoy, and she'll agree with me, but then start giving me things to do or try to get me to do something else with her within 30 seconds of me starting. So 2 months ago, I asked my boss if I could use a week of vacation between Christmas and New Year's. It's a slow week and we made arrangements to ensure that I am covered during those days for emergencies. I told my wife that this will be my me time to do all of the things that I want, to de-stress from life, and to catch up on the things that I really enjoy. I also plan to clean up my office and organize my files, which is something that has stressed me out for a while. My wife agreed and told me that she was very happy I'm going to be able to do some self-care. This weekend, she informed me that she had scheduled the chimney cleaners for Wednesday because I'd be home. She wrote down a list of things for me to do. Go to Home Depot, clean up the yard debris, pick up groceries for the week, go through boxes in the basement and organize everything. I politely informed her that I would not be doing any of those things, that this week was about self-care and addressing my needs, and with only 4 real days, minus Christmas, I was not going to add additional tasks. She told me to just get to what I had time for. On Tuesday, my wife decided to work from home. This prevented me from organizing my office since we share an office. I put on one of my video games and started to play. 10 seconds later, my wife came flying in and told me to turn it off because it was too loud while she was trying to make phone calls. I told her to shut the office door, but she told me it was entirely too loud and sounded unprofessional in the background. So I pulled out a book and started reading on the couch. I did that for about an hour when my wife decided to come out into the living room and work on her laptop. She turned on the Kardashians. I sarcastically asked if that wouldn't make her sound unprofessional in the background. She replied, "I'll just mute it if a call comes in." Which is exactly what she did. So after 15 minutes of trash TV and loud business phone calls, I went into our bedroom to read my book. At this point, my wife kept interrupting me every few minutes. "How's the book? How much more do you have to go? What's it about? Do you want lunch? What do you want for dinner? Are you still on the same book? Do you want to watch something on TV? Am I ruining your day? Do you not want to spend time with me? Do you know where the black water bottle went?" Eventually it was time for dinner, so I just gave up and put my book down. Today, she decided to work from home again. I told her it wasn't necessary. She told me that she wanted to work from home. I replied, "Yes, but no offense, I do not want you here." She laughed and said, "I know, it's your self-care week, but I don't feel like going in. We can both be here." So I could not be in the office, I had to be up early for the chimney cleaners, and could not be in the living room because they were working there. I went into our bedroom and started reading my book. She came in and informed me that I needed to stay with the chimney sweepers in case they had questions because she had work calls that she had to take. I was unable to concentrate with them working, so I just sat there. When they finally finished, I took my book out and started reading. That's when my wife decided to come out into the living room and turn on the Kardashians again. I migrated into the bedroom, laid down on the bed, and continued reading my book. 10 minutes later, she came in with her laptop and laid down on the bed next to me. I did my best to ignore the typing and phone calls and just concentrate on my book. Then she started snoring. Not heavy breathing, but literal congested wheezing, choking, snoring. I sighed, got up, headed into the living room, laid down on the couch and put one of my shows on. That lasted 15 minutes before my wife came in and started talking through it. She kept asking questions about it, criticizing it, talking about how it's clear why she wouldn't watch it, asking how many episodes there are, how long each episode is, and so on. Finally, after needing to rewind the same part 8 times, I accepted defeat and turned it off. My wife informed me that she thinks she's going to work from home the rest of the week. She saw the look on my face, smiled and said, "I know, I'm cramping your style and ruining your week off, but it's a quiet week and it works for me to be home." I told her, "I love spending time with you, but I need my alone time. I haven't been able to do anything for me and it is damaging to my mental health." She insists that she understands and she wants me to have time to myself, but it seems to be in theory only, not in practice. I have found myself snapping at her and being terse with her and I do not want that. I am afraid that I am going to explode on her. I don't know how to make myself any clearer, but she doesn't seem to be taking me seriously.
Our best man's girlfriend demands that we change the month and place of our wedding because she wants to bring her dog, so we got her uninvited. My fiancé and I got engaged last October after 6 years together and plan to marry this October. We plan to get married in Italy with only our best man and maid of honor. We invited his best man to the wedding, call him Mike, and told them that they could bring their significant other also. The trip would be fully paid and Mike is my fiancé best friend since kindergarten. Mike's girlfriend, let's call her Courtney, and him are together for 3 years. We were very welcoming towards her and I befriended her also. We did a lot of things together, helped them move and build their home. Mike and Courtney are getting a dog, so Mike told us he needed a different hotel because the one we choose is not dog friendly and at the time of our wedding they would probably have the dog. We apologized and looked for another hotel. Then he texted that Courtney thinks the dog wouldn't make the long drive, which we understood. We said that there are probably a lot of friends and family who could take the dog, but Courtney doesn't want that. Mike told us that Courtney would probably stay home with the dog and he would travel alone. Here comes the drama. The following day Mike wrote us he will not come to our wedding because Courtney doesn't want to be alone with the dog for the weekend and she also would like to attend the wedding. Courtney wrote to me that we could change our wedding month or the place, maybe just a wedding in our hometown, so that they could come. I said no. My fiancé asked Mike again if he couldn't come alone and he finally told us that Courtney threatened to end the relationship if he didn't stay with her and the dog. My fiancé was absolutely sad and disappointed and told Mike his feelings. He's normally not over emotional, but that was hard for him. Courtney wrote me the following day as if nothing has happened and I told her that I'm absolutely disappointed in her and can't understand her behavior and how she puts this dog over our wedding and kind of accepted her. To apologize for all the stress she put us through. She called me an insensitive and offensive person, a bridezilla who wants her wedding above everything, and said she couldn't accept my behavior even if I apologized. I just can't comprehend why I should apologize. I feel like I can express to friends if I'm disappointed and I absolutely didn't wrote anything offensive. Update: my fiancé and Mike met in secret yesterday and Mike broke down crying. It's been super stressful for him. He had asked his family to dog sit but Courtney declined. His mother was furious that he would miss my fiancé's wedding, but Courtney told her that she had changed her mind and decided to let Mike go, but that I then wrote her an offensive and mean message, so they decided against it. Mike lost it at that and told his family that she had never allowed him and that my message wasn't mean at all. He really told her that he wants to go and she should just live with that. She cried a lot and he felt bad. My fiancé told him that he asked another friend of them, who has a little child, to come and he said yes. His wife even asked us if we wanted her and the baby to come, but we were happy to also invite them. Mike cried after hearing this and realized that he will not attend our wedding now because of Courtney. Today Mike wrote my husband that Courtney told him that she was overreacting because she had the feeling he wouldn't value the dog and that it's a good practice thing for a baby. She doesn't want to apologize to us but would accept if he goes to the wedding. I think Mike's family made very clear that they think she's crazy for this and she wants to be viewed as a good person. My fiancé said that he won't change that back and that Mike sadly will miss the wedding because we can't be sure that there is no more drama with Courtney. I know that this is hard for my fiancé, but he hopes that Mike realizes now what Courtney will cost him now in the future.
Vegan girlfriend wants me to get rid of my cat. I've been dating my awesome girlfriend for 7 months now, and we're like two peas in a pod. She's a passionate vegan, and from the very start, she made it clear that having shared cruelty-free values was essential in our relationship. Lucky for me, I was already a pescatarian, so making the switch to a plant-based diet wasn't too hard. We even became the vegan couple on campus. But then there's my adorable cat, Mittens. I've had her for 3 years, and she's my furry little sweetheart. Unfortunately, my girlfriend isn't quite comfortable around cats, probably because she didn't grow up with them. So, we mostly hang out at her place to avoid any tension. The pandemic brought us even closer, and we started thinking about taking our relationship to the next level. We considered moving in together or buying a new apartment. But, plot twist. My girlfriend told me she couldn't see a future with me unless I gave away Mittens. She believes owning a cat is against vegan principles because they hunt and eat meat, and having a pet goes against the philosophy too. I was shocked. I love Mittens and can't imagine giving her up. I tried to explain that I buy responsible cat food and plenty of vegans do the same. But my girlfriend got upset and argued about how much harm is caused by cat food. We had a heated exchange, and I eventually left her apartment, seeking comfort for Mittens at home. Now, I can't bear the thought of losing such a wonderful relationship over this disagreement. I've spoken to some friends about it, and they think my girlfriend might be using Mittens as an excuse to end things. Still, I care deeply about her and want to find a way to work things out. But where do I go from here? I won't give up Mittens, and my girlfriend seems unwilling to compromise. It's a tough spot, but I believe we can figure something out. Today I messed up by complimenting a girl's skirt. Happened a couple weeks ago. I was at a party and saw a girl across the room. She was wearing a skirt, holding a drink in one hand and had the other hand in her pocket. I saw her skirt, thought to myself how cool that skirt is having pockets. A lot of women I know complain about not having pockets, so this is a very progressive thing. A bit later, I got around to talking to her. I complimented her skirt, and how pockets in a skirt is great. She looked very confused, said my skirt doesn't have pockets. Why would you think that? I mentioned that I had seen her earlier with her hand in her pocket. Her face went bright red and revealed that her hand was amputated. What I thought was her hand in her pocket was her stump resting against her hip. I apologized immediately, but luckily she thought it was funny because she'd never heard that comment before. I'm still dying inside though. My girlfriend threw away from my prescription medication, so I kicked her out. A couple of days after my long-distance girlfriend came to visit me for the very first time, I unfortunately was involved in a pretty serious motorcycle accident. At first, I thought I was lucky to have her here visiting me while I was recovering, thinking that she would take care of me and make sure I was okay, but I could not have been more wrong. Now I know that I will never enter a long-distance relationship again after realizing that you have no idea how crazy someone is until you meet them in real life. We had been dating online for about a year, but we had never met each other since she is from another country that's pretty far away. The longer we dated, the more I fell in love with her, and every day all I wanted was for her to come here and visit me. The day I picked her up from the airport was one of the happiest days of my life, and even though we don't speak the same language, we communicate over Google Translate and try our best to learn simple words in each other's languages. I was so grateful that she was okay with leaving her home country to come visit me, and be in a country that she has never been to in her entire life. I thought she was this strong, intelligent woman that I could trust, but she has turned out to be the complete opposite. I was prescribed a small amount of opioids to deal with the injuries I sustained from getting thrown from my bike during the accident. I am honestly in so much pain every day since it happened, and I don't think I would be able to get through this without the pain medication. Yesterday my girlfriend saw me taking my medication for the first time and asked over Google Translate what I was doing. I typed out a response to her and she then said that it wasn't a good idea for me to take those because people get addicted to them easily and it's not good for me. I just sort of laughed at her and gave her a kiss so she would stop worrying, but she still seemed pretty concerned and watched me carefully as I put my meds back in the medicine cabinet. This morning when I went to go take my medicine, the bottle was nowhere to be found. Immediately I confronted my girlfriend and asked her if she had seen them. She looked upset, but she was truthful and told me that she had straight up thrown them away because she was scared for my life. I was so effing angry, and at the end of the day she was a guest in my home and I couldn't believe she had the nerve to not only throw away my property but throw away my much needed medication. I was so cranky and in so much pain I gathered her purse and some of her clothes and threw everything in her lap. She seemed very confused and was talking to me in her native language, which of course I couldn't understand. But I was just so annoyed at her at that moment and I didn't want her in my apartment anymore, so I told her over Google Translate that I wanted her out and I literally shoved her out of my apartment. She was crying on the other side of the door and pleading with me in her native language, but I just went to lay down since I was still in so much pain. I decided that it was clear that she wasn't the person I thought she was, so I gathered the rest of her stuff after I woke up and left everything in a box outside of my apartment. I texted her that this relationship was over and that I hope she had a safe trip home. I am an artist and I am largely struggling to make it in the world of art. I work as a waiter and draw whenever I have free time. I used to be a member at a local art store. They sell art materials to all sorts of people, no matter how skilled they are. Despite that, they have strict rules regarding replacing stolen materials. If more than $50 in materials are stolen, they issue a no-tolerance voucher that requires all the missing materials to be repurchased. If the materials are stolen twice in a year, the customer is banned from the store and all their future accounts are cancelled, no refund. These are the store's rules, and they're fair rules. I had to follow them as well. The shop also gave potential customers time-limited, 20 to 50% discount coupons as an incentive to shop at the store when they were short on funds. On the whole, a good store that gets lots of business. I liked it a lot. They had a huge variety of art supplies, fine brushes that ranged in price from $10 all the way up to $100. They sold small oil paints in transportable tubes, as well as large professional bottles. Even after my account was closed, I would walk in the store during my breaks and look at the paint tubes. The way the pigments danced inside the tubes, reflecting light and transforming colors, was magic in its own right. God must have been a painter, because his brushwork seemed to be of the same order of beauty found in the paint tubes. Art supplies exert a powerful pull on artists and lesser men alike. I got into one-on-one financial trouble, as so many artists do. I had to borrow money from one of my relatives to pay rent. Everything else, food and materials, came out of my pocket. The whole amount was never my rent though. I just said that so it would be easier to get the money. The source of my problems is of little importance. So, I decided to steal 5 gloss paint tubes. They go for $40 a piece. The ones I wanted were a rich shade of house paint red, matte black, golden yellow and a lavender that put the color in crayons to shame. The checkout lady was having a bad day. I knew that because she yelled at me for dropping 2 of her glossy tubes on the floor. She was taking her anger out on everyone in her vicinity. I apologized and helped her pick them up. I've never seen someone thankful for getting yelled at before. After she calmed down, I got out of there as fast as I could. Usually, I would leave without hesitating. Slow your roll. Now, though, I couldn't seem to get out of there quick enough. I ran 3 tunnels before I even realized what had happened. Caught sight of myself in the 3rd mirror I used that day. My face was white, pasty skin and a bunch of glop on my skull was the only colors on my features. Life wasn't only dull when it came to me these days, it was boring, too. I wiped the paint off my skin, dressed in black so it was difficult to see. An art store is frequently empty. Even during the day, they're mostly deserted. Everyone is busy working, or talking at their favorite cafe. Also, they're sticklers for security cameras. The store used cameras both to check on the materials and to make sure the crack staff was working properly. There was one low-tech way of getting around the cameras, though. Stuffing your pockets full of materials. It feels sort of dangerous, a thought that thrills me. Danger and art are twin souls, like a man and his reflection. Not that the staff weren't a big part of the problem. I went in the back of the store. Before I began my grand caper, I made sure there wasn't an attendant in the back. It wasn't the heavy goods I worried about, even before I saw the cameras. I didn't want to explain to anyone why I was taking glossy tubes from a family store. The ash black paint tube was the hardest to get a hold of. It took me lots of fumbling to shove a tube into little wallets. The customers often lose the little wallets that go with it, so the staff keeps a few extras on the shelf. Some questionable record-keeping practices in this place. Good. Just as a trickle of white heat began to wash over me, it felt good. I could begin to scrape away at my restraints. I felt pleasant and light. Before, I acted slowly and thought even slower, but now, I was acting like I had been given a raw dose of smart substances. Went up to the shop window and absent-mindedly put my hand against the glass. I couldn't feel it at all, even when it scraped against several stands of glassware. Purse strings tied up, seemingly with nothing in them, spilled loose. All of a sudden these weren't metal, but paper-thin mint wrappers. Unnoticed, the gloss tubes rolling on the ground had turned pitch black, deep and dark, with the sheen of oil-slick neon in the sunlight. The black glass of the front window served as a negative to produce one of those holograms. The whole display looked like a clown nose coming out of my hand. This was no ordinary clown nose, though. In high res I saw the humor and sadness that was my life. A medley of laughter, failure, and failure again became clear to me, and I saw my soul, the thing that mysteriously makes a person who they are. It was very, very close to a skeleton, fighting just to hold onto an old, dried-up flesh mask. It looked like my own mask and yet nothing like me at all. It was like I saw myself reflected by the void itself. In a voice devoid of all expression, I spoke to myself, somehow, one day, you will become whole again. The real struggle began when I tried to leave. The floor began to move, like the skydisher at the fair, but the forces pulling me apart meant to keep me together instead of ripping me apart. The floor pulled and pulled until my knees buckled, head snapped back, involuntarily closed my eyes, polished mahogany lid slammed down over them like a guillotine ready to do the job. I was gone.
What's the biggest lie you've ever told someone? I've been faking an accent for years. Back when I was fresh out of college and applying to dozens of jobs, my friend dared me to do one of my interviews in a British accent, joking that the hiring committee would think I was more professional that way. I told her I'd only do it if she paid me upfront, and guess what? She actually sent me like $15 on Venmo. I decided to go through with the bet with this one IT company I had managed to secure an interview for, simply because the position I was applying to was way out of my league, and I thought there was no world in which they would ever hire a newbie like me. So, I showed up to my fancy interview in a British accent, and I think I was so focused about maintaining that accent that I ended up coming across as much more calm and professional than I really am. Lo and behold, they offered me the job right on the spot. Accent and all. I was pretty nervous because I had to keep using the accent when talking to higher-ups, but I suffered through it because I was convinced that they would fire me when the interns came back in the summer, but they never fired me. And now, I've made so many connections through this job that I'm unironically stuck faking a British accent around everyone. The only people who know the truth are my girlfriend and my old friends. So now, here's my plan. I'm going to try to make a bet with someone inside the company to see if I can fake an American accent for even more money. And hopefully, by the end of the year, what started off as a joke will be something I can pass off as my new regular accent so I can go back to living a normal life. This was not worth the $15.
Introverts, how did you meet your girlfriend? He was in the corner, drinking a bottle of water. I noticed him immediately and I noticed him noticing me for the better part of an hour. I finally just walked up to him after I figured he was too shy to approach me. We chatted for about 2 hours and then left. Later in school, we exchanged our AOL screen names and that after weeks of random chat sessions, he finally worked up the courage to ask if I wanted to see a movie, Harry Potter Natch. During the date, he didn't say anything but I noticed him very fidgety so I decided to hold his hand. After the movie, we were sitting in his car in silence and he was fidgety again, so I grabbed his face and kissed his cheek. He turned completely red but was grinning ear to ear. In person, he had trouble stringing sentences together but online we would chat for hours. He had to express his love via email and cuddling without saying a word. We first met over 14 years ago, bought a house together and getting married in October, going to Disney and Universal for our honeymoon celebrate Halloween. It's pretty much amazing. As we get older, he's gotten much more vocal but I still do most of the talking and socializing. We do a squeeze when holding hands to mean love you if we don't want to talk. Love him to pieces.
Today I effed up by showing a girl I work with a gallery of my nudes. So the night before my shift I decide to re-download a couple dating apps, and after talking to a couple nice people, M and F, we exchange numbers and text on WhatsApp. The conversations sort of withered out and die after we sort of exchange pictures and realize it wasn't meant to be. I think nothing of it, delete the apps and move on with my evening. In my mind I assumed that the pictures that weren't my own also disappeared with the apps being deleted. Forgetting about WhatsApp saving images to my gallery for work reasons, flash forward to today and I work in a small space with 2 other coworkers. One of them is a newish starter and asks me some questions about my hair as I'm bald by choice. I have had a significant glow up in the past few years which included shaving my head, so I thought I would grab my old ID and download a couple of my fitness pictures from about 4 to 5 years ago just to show her what I used to look like. Whilst we don't speak much on shift, I appreciated the fact she was making an effort, so I was thinking this is finally the shift where we break the ice and maybe I'll learn a bit more about her too. I knew I had my own nudes in my gallery and a whole bunch of garbage screenshots, so to avoid any potential mishaps. So I made sure to take about 20 to 25 blank screenshots so that there was absolutely no way she could fat finger and accidentally swipe left or right and see them. So I hand her my ID first of all, and she's dumbfounded. Whoa, that's not you. You look like a completely different person. Whilst she has the ID in both hands, I go to show her my phone. But she assumes I'm passing it to her, so in our sort of awkward fumble she grabs the top left of my iPhone, which just so happens to have the back key in that exact corner. I see my photo gallery zoom out and a moment of clarity happens, where I recognize a set of boobs and a penis framed perfectly along the top of the screen, due to the barrage of screenshots I took earlier and sheer luck. It had framed them perfectly across the top 3 rows of my gallery, unintentionally putting it right in her eyesight. If I had pressed the screenshot button 10 more times or not had my gallery zoomed out, this wouldn't have happened. This gallery was like the middle aisle of Aldi. It had everything: boobs, girls' asses, guys' dicks, vaginas all on show, and a couple of my own images too. All very small, but framed perfectly like a small set of bathroom tiles arranged to make a small human mosaic. You couldn't quite tell sizes/imperfections, but you could very easily see that it was humans doing NSFW activities. I go to pull my phone away, but the damage is already done. She politely tells me to never show her a photo on my phone ever again and goes to the toilet. When she returns, I profusely apologize. No one comes to work to see that. I'm so sorry, it was an accident. Whilst I don't try to explain that all of these photos aren't me, she has no way to know. This girl has just been blasted by the equivalent of a Pinterest board of corn. I feel the energy in the room get awkward. So I leave it. We usually make coffees for each other for free when we finish our shifts. As my shift ends, I ask her to make me a coffee before I go. She overcharges me. I don't question it. I pay and sip my flat white in the rain, knowing that this event will probably be spoken about in future without my knowledge, if that's in therapy or in a pub. I don't get to know, but I just hope she doesn't think the boobs are mine.
My wedding was ruined. I've debated about posting this, but I have to rant to someone. Me and my now husband Josh had our wedding last week. At first everything was beautiful. I got married to my high school sweetheart and was so happy. It felt like my fairy tale come true. I felt like a princess. While I'm taking photos with my bridesmaids, I see Josh's cousin, Nicole, with a girl, I'll call her Sarah, who I'm unfamiliar with. She seems non-talkative but is friendly to me at first. We finish our photos and go inside to relax and chat before I walk down the aisle. A long while later, after the vows were exchanged, I bump into Sarah while on my way to the food table. She's clearly intoxicated, but through her slurred speaking I could hear her ranting about how crowded the venue was, but then it escalates. I was getting food for my mom when she said to me that she's surprised Josh married someone like me because Josh could do better than me. I tried to laugh it off and I told her I was very lucky to have him. The interaction left me feeling upset, but I brushed it off as her just being drunk, and I started drinking too and soon forgot about it. Time goes past and I'm feeling good. Me and my husband along with all the guests were dancing. Suddenly, I hear a crashing sound near the food table and all of us rush over to see what was happening. I see Sarah on the ground sobbing hysterically, and Nicole was trying to calm her down. She had completely smashed my wedding cake and ripped the decorations. My heart was broken to see my wedding cake completely destroyed, but I tried to ask what was wrong and Sarah started screaming and cursing me. I was confused and drunk, so I started shouting back and ordered my husband to kick her out. He didn't want to and told me she should be allowed to stay since she was a friend. I argued with him and told him that she's ruined my wedding. It eventually took my husband and Nicole to get her under control and convince her to go home. Nicole left with Sarah, and when my husband came back he looked angry with me. He completely blew me off for the rest of the night, and I could tell the atmosphere was now awkward for all my guests. The next day my husband lectured me about how I hurt Sarah's feelings and demanded I apologize to her. We argued and he slept on the couch. Things eventually cooled down, so I tried to talk to him about it the following days, but he shut me down and just told me I was being overdramatic about the situation. I've never even seen Sarah until my wedding. I have no clue why she would lash out like that. I'm hurt that my husband doesn't see my perspective. Even though she was drunk, she ruined my special day, and now I can't think of the happy memories I have because I can only think of that incident. Sorry for the long read. Thanks for listening. My landlord was watching me through a peephole, so I blinded him. I reached the end of my rope when it came to dealing with abusive, perverted men, and I'm happy I made at least one of these types of men pay for his behavior and suffer for it for the rest of his life. If I could do it all again, I would in a heartbeat. I'm a 22-year-old female college student. I recently moved into a new apartment after escaping an abusive relationship. We lived together and I was being hurt physically on a daily basis. I knew I needed to get out fast, so I signed a lease for the first place I could afford. Like I said, I'm a college student, so I couldn't afford a very nice place on my own. I moved into a crappy little rundown apartment building. When I first met my landlord I thought something seemed off about him. He seemed like a really weird old man. I could have never guessed just how perverted and effed up this man actually was. I found out after I signed the lease that he actually lives in the unit right next to mine, and the couple of times I've seen him in the hall he always stares at me without blinking or saying a word. I uncovered an ugly truth about my apartment this week, and I wish I never moved into this awful unit. I was in my bathroom blowing out my hair after a shower, when I noticed a hole drilled in the wall about the size of a dime. I can't believe I never noticed it before. It's right next to my shower. I looked into it and saw an eye staring back at me. I realized the hole had been drilled in the wall I shared with my landlord, and I started shaking as I realized I must have been being watched by him for God knows how long now, maybe since I moved it. Of course, I wanted to call the cops, to pack my stuff up right there, but honestly, times are so rough right now and I do not have the means to move right now, let alone afford a whole new place. I had enough of men harassing me, abusing me, and using me. This incident made a switch flip in my brain, and instead of calling the cops, I decided to take revenge into my own hands. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a college student and I happen to be a chemistry major, so I have access to a full lab of dangerous chemicals. The next day while I was on campus, I loaded a special type of spray bottle with a small amount of sulfuric acid. I knew I was going far with my revenge, but I didn't care in the slightest. I knew this old pervert deserved to pay. The next time I took a shower, I acted normal. I didn't care that he was certainly watching me. It would be the last thing he ever saw with that eye. Halfway through my shower, I quickly lined up the spray bottle of acid with the peephole, and pulled the trigger. I immediately heard my landlord scream and collapse on the other side of the wall. I laughed to myself and he kept screaming and screaming. Finally, my other neighbors called the ambulance after all the screaming, and we all gathered outside to watch them take him away on the stretcher. Before he was bandaged up, I saw blood leaking from his burned eye. His eye looked like a bloody raisin sitting in his eye socket. I made conversation with the EMT, and asked if my landlord was going to be alright. The EMT said he'd be fine, but he would bet money that he had totally lost that eye. I had to restrain myself from smiling, and I just hope he comes home and looks through the peephole with the other eye.
Who is the most attractive person on the planet? I gotta say, I'm really effing tired of people constantly asking who the most attractive person on the planet is. It's like, who the hell cares? Beauty is so subjective and personal, and it's honestly exhausting to see people constantly try to fit everyone into this one mold of what's considered perfect. But then again, I guess I can't really blame them. I've definitely had my fair share of crushes on people who society would consider conventionally attractive. I remember in high school, there was this one girl who I thought was absolutely gorgeous. She had long, smooth hair and big, doe-like eyes, and I just couldn't help but stare every time she walked past me in the hallway. But as I got to know her, I started to realize that her looks weren't the only thing that drew me to her. She was smart, funny, and had this raw energy that just made me want to be around her all the time. We ended up becoming really good friends, and even though I knew she wasn't interested in me romantically, I still couldn't help but feel drawn to her. I've also had experiences where someone's personality was so magnetic that it made them more attractive to me physically. I remember meeting this guy at a party who, at first glance, I would have never thought was particularly good looking. But as we started talking, I realized that he had this incredible confidence and charisma that just made him glow. Suddenly I found myself wanting to be closer to him, to breathe in his energy and soak up all the charm he exuded. So when people ask me who the most attractive person on the planet is, I guess my answer is, whoever makes your heart skip a beat. It could be someone who society considers a perfect 10, or it could be someone who's seen as average looking but has an unbelievable energy about them. At the end of the day, beauty truly is in the eye of the beholder, and I think it's time we start celebrating that instead of trying to fit everyone into one box.
My brother-in-law called me the one who got away in his speech, and my husband is very hurt, and it is all my fault. I don't know what to do. I think I have done serious damage to my marriage before it even began. I met my husband through his brother, Chris, who I had a crush on in college. I never was clingy or never acted on my feelings, and I never really allowed myself to get too close to him because I knew that my feelings weren't reciprocated. Chris knew, however, I had a crush on him, or at least he felt it. He would always say that I was girlfriend material and how he wouldn't want to lead me on. He wanted to have fun before that. He would say this to others, but even once to me. On 2 occasions he would text me that he had feelings for me, only to apologize later and retract his words. But on Christmas 4 years ago he texted me that he was in love with me and wanted to take me out on a date. He said he was done playing around and wanted a relationship. He was invited to New Year's Eve party that my then roommate and I had. He told me he wanted to talk to me then. When he came to the party he had his brother with him. Chris spent the party going out of his way to ignore me, and later I saw him making out with my roommate and they spent the night in her room. I decided there and then that I will drop it. Enough is enough. Next morning he told me that he messed up. I messed up big time, yeah. And he apologized. During the party I got to know his brother, who was the opposite of Chris. He was shy and hated attention, and he was just the best, and soon after he asked me on a date. We are married now. Our wedding was last Wednesday. I want to make 2 things clear. I never went beyond a crush on Chris, and only after I fell for my husband that I understood what love is. He is everything to me and I love him more than anything. I never told anyone about my crush, and when I met my husband I didn't tell him either. Chris wasn't happy I was seeing his brother, and he's been cold towards me since, even when it got serious between my husband and I. Chris held a speech on our rehearsal dinner and he basically outed everything and ended it with how he regretted not asking me out sooner and how he will always regret it. It was very awkward afterwards and nobody talked, and on our wedding day my husband did everything to act normal and he made sure everything was as planned, but I could feel that he was hurt and angry. After the party he asked me if I loved Chris and if I dated him for that reason. I started crying because it's absolutely not true. We started dating and became friends, and I made sure it was him I wanted before committing, and I never loved anyone like I love my husband. I told him all this and more, and I apologized so much for not telling him everything. In the beginning, I thought it was my own private matter, and I didn't feel the need to discuss it with a then stranger to me. When our relationship evolved, I just never thought Chris was relevant, and my crush seemed a silly thing. Now it's back to bite me in the butt. My husband is very sad and he barely talks to me. We're leaving for our honeymoon in 2 weeks. He barely speaks about it. The thing we both waited for with so much anticipation and longing. I don't know what to do. I can't turn back time, so I don't know what to do. My trans coworker is making me consider quitting my job. I, cis female, have a trans coworker, Jana, that I've known since before she began her journey. She is male to female. I think she's incredibly brave, since we live in a rather close-minded community. At first, she was rather timid but began to gain confidence as more people at work started showing her support. Lately though, she's changed. She began talking about how hard it is for her to find a date because everyone is transphobic. Even our other trans co-worker, Kim, also male to female, has confided in me that she feels very uncomfortable when discussing things regarding intimate preference and dating. Jana is a lesbian and has shown interest in me. At first it was relatively innocent, giving me compliments, making jokes about dating. As time passed, it went from innocent jokes to really uncomfortable conversations. She's made some comments, sometimes when we are in secluded areas at the same time, like the bathroom or the changing room. It has individual stalls, for the record. Our job has uniforms and we change in the location. Some of her comments are in the area of doing something in secret in the bathroom, or ditching work to go on a date. Jana is aware I'm dating a man and keeps telling me that dating a transgender woman is just like dating a man, only she prefers dresses. Kim has told me to report her, but I'm scared of getting labeled as intolerant since I'm cisgender. It doesn't help my co-workers know I'm bisexual. But I am 100% not interested in Jana. When I tried telling her that, she got angry at me and told me I was transphobic. Now she's been demanding a date or else she'll report me for being transphobic. I'm terrified of losing my job, even though Kim is absolutely supporting me the whole time and keeps telling me to go to HR first. I don't even know where this comes from. Jana and I used to be rather good friends before, and I've never made it secret that I'm not interested in her romantically. She's even met my current boyfriend and has gone out for drinks with both of us. I'm due a transfer in a few months, but I'm not sure I can last long enough. I'm now even scared of going into the bathroom or the changing room alone. Or just being alone in general. I keep thinking about quitting. The only support I have is Kim, and we've made sure to match all our shifts just so I'm never alone with Jana. I feel terrible since now Kim is getting home very late and she has a second job that starts early in the morning. I feel pathetic in all honesty. Edit. I'm adding some information on why I haven't gone to HR yet. My company's HR has taken Jana's side in the past. They are the type of HR that is not there to help employees, but to keep the company from looking bad. Jana also has seniority over me. Almost twice the time in the company. I kicked my mother-in-law out of the delivery room. For the past 3 months it's been a very well-known plan that when I, 30F, went into labor, my husband was going to drive me to the hospital and my mother-in-law was going to pick up my mother, my kids and my grandmother, all from one house. Both my mother-in-law and my mom were supposed to be in the delivery room. My gram was to watch my 2 kids in the waiting room. Everyone was in agreement with the plan. Now, my husband and I have 2 sons already, and for both births, my mother was present. She helped me through so much of the mental anguish and panic, especially after my last, whom literally almost killed me. I was bleeding out on the table and my mom was the only one able to keep me calm. I needed her to be with me with this baby too, mentally. So we worked this plan out months in advance and everyone was on the same page. However, I go into labor. We make the phone calls to mother-in-law and my mom, telling my mom to be ready and my mother-in-law to go get my mother. An hour and 15 minutes later, mother-in-law shows up at the hospital without my mom, my kids or my grandmother. She said, well, it's late so we need to just let everyone sleep. It was 9:30 p.m., and then sat her ass down on the chair in the delivery room and jumped on her phone. I told her in a pissed off tone to go get my mom. That was the plan. I needed my mom, etc., and she just wouldn't. At one point saying that she didn't feel up to driving that much. My mom lives 20 minutes from her house, an hour away. So, I told her to get the F out of the room and that she was dead to me. The amount of resentment and disgust that I felt toward her in this moment is honestly not something I feel I will overcome in any time soon. She was pissed, saying that my mom got to experience 2 births already and how she didn't do anything wrong and she was just being respectful of people's sleep, and where she wasn't leaving, she was actually escorted out. Now, my mom was able to make it to the hospital literally just as I was giving birth. My kids and my grandmother weren't able to make it, which bothers me a great deal. We promised our kids they would be the first to meet their sister, outside of us and Grammy. I cannot forgive my mother-in-law for this at all. I honestly feel like I hate her with every fiber of my being. But I'm being told I'm taking this too far and that it wasn't that big of a deal. I overheard my husband tell a mystery person that he's in love with them. Please help. I never thought after 30 years of marriage that my husband would switch up and betray me like this. I'm about to turn 60, and today was quite emotional. We went to the doctor because he might have cancer. Later, I heard him talking on the porch, wondering who he was talking to. There was only his dad in the bedroom, so I listened. He said things like, "I love you more than anything and you are my soulmate." He talked about not wanting to burden this person with his possible cancer until he knows for sure. He mentioned his biopsy appointment and expressed love again. This made me confused and sad. He's never said these things to me or called me his soulmate. I don't understand how he plans to start a new life. We take care of his 87-year-old dad who lives with us, and we have grown kids, some nearby and some far away. We also have plans for trips and other things. I'm trying to make sense of it all. Does he want to take his dad with him? Is he expecting me to leave? This revelation has left me feeling lost. This isn't entirely unexpected, though. 10 years ago, I found his adult friend finder profile. I pretended to be someone else and talked to him. He even made plans to meet up with this fake person, me, and I confronted him back then. A few months ago, I noticed his Kindle was on adult friend finder again, but I didn't say anything. Now, I don't know what to do. Should I talk to him about what I heard? Or should I act like I don't know and see how things unfold? I'm usually someone who avoids causing trouble, but this situation is hard to ignore. I feel overwhelmed and uncertain about what to do next. I used to hate my husband, but now I think I'm in love with him. I know the title is exactly how it sounds. I, 27 female, and my husband, 27 male, have been married since we were 18 years old. At the age of 9, my family promised me away to our family friend's son. I have dreaded my birthdays ever since, 1 year closer to marriage and 1 year closer from being stripped of my freedom. While I was counting down the years, I met a guy. He made me happy, made me forget about ever having to worry at all. Eventually I turned 18, and I met my husband for the first time. I hated him, looking at him made my blood boil, because I had already loved someone. We got married 2 days after meeting, and after the wedding we didn't do anything. I remember sitting down on the honeymoon bed, he walked in and said, "I do not love you nor do you love me, so let's have an open relationship." I didn't argue, and told him okay. I was happy because that means I could see the guy I was so desperately in love with, but we had rules. We could never make love in the bedroom. We must always sleep in the same bed. No talking bad about each other to our partners and some more basic things. So every year after that, we put on the same act, a loving husband and wife at family gatherings after we went off with our partners. Me and my boyfriend were doing very good, while my husband never dated, only one-night stands. A couple of years passed, and I thought everything was going okay till I found out my boyfriend had been cheating on me with a friend from high school. Ironic, I know. I went home and cried. My husband came into the bedroom where I was crying asking me if I was all right. Even though I hated him, I told him everything and he held me there for what seems like hours. After that, my husband and I became closer. I took a break from dating while my husband still did one-night stands. We started keeping each other company, we did movie nights, game nights, and he took me dancing. Then he stopped going on one-night stands. I never asked about it. A couple nights ago when I was getting snacks for our movie, I walked in and saw him deleting all the dating apps he was on. I didn't mention it. I sat down with the snacks and he scooted closer until our shoulders were touching. I felt a little nervous and fluttery like a teenager on their first date. He got a work call late at night and promised he'd be back as soon as he could. I fell asleep on the couch and when I woke up I was in the bed with my husband cuddling me. I was very flustered by this, and after that, it has never been the same. This man that I hated so much, the man I cursed for years before I got married, turned out to the exact opposite of what I thought he was. It's like I have a school crush. I can't believe it's took all these years for me to realize that it is not his fault that I was promised away. He was also promised away to a stranger, so I could imagine how he feels. My husband started bringing me flowers and gifts. He tells me it's because he just thought it would be nice. We began staying up all night together and sleeping until almost noon. He bought me an upgraded engagement ring, and now he cuddles me to sleep when he used to be on the other side of the bed. I think I'm in love with him and don't know how to tell him. Update: I have some bad news. Me and my husband have to fly back to our home country for some funeral planning. His mother unfortunately has passed away. She died of a stroke. My husband hasn't stopped crying. I'm doing the best I can for him. He's sleeping beside me. He refuses to let me get up at all. We've been in bed all day, and I have to use the bathroom, but I can't use the bathroom because he bear hugs me whenever I try to leave the bed. My husband said something earlier today that caught me off guard. He was talking about children and continuing bloodlines. We have never had a serious talk about children or a relationship because it was usually always us ignoring each other or running off with our partners. He told me he wanted children, and for us to raise them. I still have a lot to think about, especially since we have never said I love you to one another. That's the only update for now, but I'll update in a week's notice or maybe a little longer, because I need to take care of him for the meanwhile, but I never imagined this post getting so much attention. Update: my husband thinks I'm hot. After I made my first official update, we flew back to Pakistan for the funeral. His mother was the clue of his family. I saw his father crying over her casket as they carried her to her grave. It was very hard to watch. My family was there as well. My father and my husband's father were in the military together for a long time, so to see my father trying to pull him off the casket so they could bury her was truly heartbreaking. After the funeral, we went home, and my husband was in bed for days straight, refusing to eat, move, or do anything. I had to spoon feed him because he will not die of starvation on my watch. Eventually, he began walking around the house, talking more and eating more. I booked him his first counseling meeting last week, and he's been more verbal with his feelings. He will begin working from home in a couple days. He suggests that I also start working from home so we can be closer. We haven't talked much about that though. I took my husband out to a restaurant so he doesn't lose his ability to socialize properly. I told him over dinner how I have been thinking about us spending some time apart, so he doesn't become only dependent on me. To say the least, when we got home he went crazy. He said it wasn't even an option. What I said made him so upset he didn't speak to me for a day. We sat down and he talked about his feelings for nearly 2 whole hours. He was talking about our arranged marriage, parents, open relationship and past partners. He admitted that he hated my ex-partner for more reasons than one, but never said anything about it. He told me he likes the way I dress, the way I do my hair, and he overall thinks I'm hot. I busted out laughing, because in our home country when we first got married, all the women said that he was too good looking for me. It was a very funny night. We went back and forth telling stories. I told him about the Reddit post I made, and he read it. He also read the update I made. He told me he thinks he is in love with me too, and he might go make a Reddit post titled, "Used to hate my wife but she's too hot to hate." We read the comments, and his favorite one was, "I think you should ask your husband to start officially dating." We laughed the whole night. He wants us to renew our vows, and do a whole new wedding ceremony. I told him he was crazy and we would have to tell our parents the truth if we ever did that. To say the least again, we video called our parents and told them the truth. We started at what happened on our honeymoon night to us deciding not to have an open relationship anymore. They were very pissed, but would allow us to redo the ceremony, and we would have to do it in Pakistan. My husband automatically agreed and we will do the ceremony in the beginning of the new year. Even though my husband is happy right now, I can tell he is still grieving. So what we are doing mostly is counseling, working and trying to improve our home life with each other. I've talked to his father to see how he is doing. He's been staying with my parents for the past week. May Allah's blessing be upon him. Thank you for the support and thank you for waiting for this update. I hope it wasn't disappointing to most of you.
Am I the a-hole for not wanting to pay for my wife's spending money? Throwaway because people who know me are on here. Before the birth of our daughter, my wife and I both worked full-time in low-middle earning jobs, with my wife earning a bit more than I but not by much. My wife returned to work out of necessity when our daughter was 3 months old. Her mental health became pretty bad and she has a minor disability that makes work life a little hard, and she found it a bit worse after having our daughter, but we had to do what we had to do. My wife's nan, who sort of raised her and was her only family, passed away sadly when our daughter was 6 months old. My wife inherited everything she owned. It was a big inheritance. Not enough for us both to immediately retire, but a lot. Enough for us to buy a decent house outright, a new car each, and to put some away for a comfortable retirement. Shortly after her nan died, my wife stopped working and became a stay-at-home mom. Partially due to grief and struggles at her job, and a bit because she always would have preferred to stay home with our daughter. Thing is though, I'd rather not work and be a stay-at-home dad too, but I've been sucking it up because we still need an income to get by. My wife spoke with me recently about how to budget so we can live off just my income. She'd been dipping into savings to pull her weight, but that's all tied up in investments now. I said if I'm the one who has to work, and I'd rather not, I don't think I should have to spend my money funding her hobbies and spending money. If she chooses not to work, then she can buy clothes at the charity shop instead of new and get a friend to cut her hair for free, etc., or she can get a job working a night shift or start an online business or something to fund her spending money. I don't see why I should have to pay for stuff like her sewing materials and gym membership, since I don't benefit from them and they're not my responsibility. I'm happy to pay for stuff for our daughter, seeing as she's my responsibility, so I don't think I'm being unreasonable here. I work 36 hours a week and I already pay for the bills and food. She said that's not fair if I get to enjoy my gym membership and hobbies like video games, but the difference is I'm paying for them with my money. My wife said her inheritance was worth more than if she spent her whole life working, and without that, both of us would be working anyway and having higher expenses from paying a mortgage and car loans, so I should count that as her contribution and share my money with her. Am I the a-hole? I grounded my son after he painted his nails. Now he hasn't spoken to me for an entire year. I love my teenage son, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed in the type of man he has been growing up to be. My son started developing a sort of alternative style ever since he was in middle school. It started with him wearing all black, but ever since he entered high school, he's taken his weird fashion extremely far, and I'm just not a fan. My wife doesn't seem to mind, but she's a pretty passive woman and has never been a very strict parent like me. If I were to describe how my son dresses now, he wears big baggy black clothing and lots of chains. At one point, he was even dyeing colored strips into his hair. I remember being so upset the first day I saw this. It was just so embarrassing to see my child walking around like that. Now I don't have a problem with gay people or anything like that, but I never really wanted the type of thing to be a part of my own household. I've never confronted my son about his sexuality, and I really just don't want to know if he does happen to be gay. Our relationship is already sort of strained, and I feel like if I found out he wasn't straight, it would make it very hard for me to treat him the same. Like I said, I don't have a problem with gay people, I just don't want to be shoved in my face. On top of everything, ever since my son entered high school, he has made friends with mostly girls. At first, I was glad to see this, and I was happy that my son still might have a chance at growing up into a real man's man. But as time went on, I realized that he wasn't in a relationship with any of these girls. Instead, they were all just his close friends. He constantly has his friends over the house, and is part of a friend group with 3 other girls. To be fair, these girls have always been nothing but polite to me and my wife and are always respectful of our house. Still, it just rubs me the wrong way that my son doesn't going to have many close guy friends, and I feel like it's not good for him to grow up that way. I tried my best to be non-judgmental towards my son, even though to me, he looked like more of a freak of nature every day the more he kept leaning into his alternative fashion. I didn't understand it since all of his friends were normal girls. He was the only weirdo in his friend group who dressed like some sort of 90s mall rat. When I look at him, he honestly reminds me of the kind of kids I would pick on in high school. Anyway, about a year ago, I ran out of patience with him when he came home one day with his nails painted a shade of bright blue. My son had never done anything like this before, and I couldn't help but feel overwhelmingly disgusted. I told him that he had gone too far with his emo bulge tee and that I couldn't continue letting him make a fool out of himself like this. I told him that, at one point, he needed to become a man, and painting his nails made him look like some sort of wheat tea. My son and I had never really been close, we didn't even speak that often, so he looked very hurt as I was telling him all this. But I couldn't help it, he had needed a reality check for so long, and there was no avoiding this conversation. I told my son to go get nail polish remover and remove his nail polish right there in front of me. That's when he started to get angry and said that he didn't have to change himself just to appease my doomed bohemophobic self. My son has never spoken to either of his parents this way, and I knew that there was no way I was letting him get away with it. I yelled at him for cursing at me like that, and I told him that he would remove his nail polish immediately or there would be serious consequences. He said that there was nothing worse I could do to him than continue being such a hateful father, and that's when I lost my poop. I told him that I would ground him for the entire year if he didn't remove his nail polish within the next 60 seconds. He looked at me and told me that I could try, but I would never be able to control him, and that he hated me. He ran up to his room after this, and I followed through on my thread. I took his phone away and replaced it with a flip phone, and he wasn't allowed to go out or have his friends over anymore. All he did after that for the rest of the year was call his friends in his room and completely ignore me. One night I overheard him crying to my wife about how much he hated his life since being grounded, but all she said was that I was his father and he needed to respect me. I was proud of my wife for sticking up to me behind closed doors, and I still felt like I made the right decision. I won't lie and say that it hasn't been a difficult year. My son stopped talking to me the day I grounded him, and I honestly do miss him. He graduates next year, and I just hope before then, he'll realize that I was only ever trying to do what was best for him. What's the most disturbing thing you've seen someone do in public? I used to frequently visit a bar during my early college years. The bar itself was a strange mix of the metalheads and hood rats. Naturally, fights often broke out there. On one particular night, I was on the patio drinking $2 pitchers of Bud Light with a dope addict, a homeless guy, and a few other good friends of mine. I walked inside at one point to get a refill, and sitting at the bar was this guy loudly using slurs that should be offensive to anyone but were particularly offensive to my fellow black patrons at the bar. The guy was obviously a bit sloshed. A few people approached him singly and warned him that this wasn't the place to do that. This only seemed to encourage the belligerence, and he proceeded with a fresh tirade of slurs. As one might expect in such an establishment, a gentleman was offended finally past the point of his personal tolerance, and he stripped down to his wife beater and proceeded to jump on the guy with the intent to shut him up the hard way. I wish I could say he fought the good fight and that was the end of that. No one wishes to see an a-hole win, but the stars weren't aligned for simple solutions that night. The jerk on the stool prevailed, and the man that jumped him ran out of the bar and took off towards a side of town that some people might refer to as the ghetto, which was not that far away from downtown in those days. Those of us who were regulars knew that prudence dictated that the man should skedaddle immediately. Multiple people tried to advise him to get out. Alas, encouraged by his vanquishing of one foe, and riding a mixture of adrenaline, alcohol, and general scum idiocy, he loudly proclaimed he did not care who was coming and to come get him. About 20 minutes later, the original man came back and 6 of his crew followed with him, each one bigger than the last. As they came through the front door, hoodies and shirts started coming off, and their inebriated quarry tried to make a run for the back door, but they cut him off and cornered him. The group pressed in from all sides, and one of the guys behind him cracked a full 40-ounce over his head, poleaxing him. They then proceeded to put the boots to him. One guy literally kicked him until his shoes fell apart. They hurt him until all 7 of them were covered in sweat and too tired to strike him anymore. 2 of the guys picked up a booth and dropped it on the man's head. Most of the patrons were pretty awestruck at the sheer brutality. It says something that the dope addict, who had warrants out for his arrest and had been living off the grid for 3 years, finally broke the group's silence by saying, "God damn, someone call the cops." After dropping the booth, the men picked up the remnants of their clothes and walked out back the way they came. We watched the guy on the ground go into a full body shake. At some point the police showed up, followed by an ambulance and a stretcher. They carted the guy out. While everyone there would have countenanced the guy losing a fight, what occurred was just too overboard. My buddy and I decided to approach the police and offer to tell them which way the men went and a brief description of their clothes. The actual words spoken to us were, "We don't care." They left, and I never heard anything about that guy in the news or anywhere else. What was the happiest mistake you ever made? This didn't happen to me, but it happened to a friend. My friend Tony lived paycheck to paycheck in assorted jobs. He inherited $50,000 when his grandmother passed away. His friends convinced him to invest the money rather than spend it on a new car, vacations, etc., and eventually he agreed. Another friend, Jack, who worked in finance, convinced him to put the $50,000 into Cisco stock. This was back in April 2000, just before the tech bubble burst, and Cisco was at its all-time high, around $75 a share. Then the bubble burst, and the stock crashed. 2.5 years later, we were all at a wedding of a mutual friend, and the friend who recommended Cisco was very embarrassed and apologized profusely for his recommendation. Tony, what do you mean? Why are you sorry you made that recommendation? Jack, because the stock tanked right after you invested, and it's continued to go down and down. Your $50,000 investment is now probably worth $6,000 or $7,000. Haven't you looked at your statements? Tony, sure, I've looked at the statements. It's up to about $83,000. It's doing great. Jack, you must have misread your statement. Maybe it said $8,300? When was that statement? Tony, maybe 2 weeks ago, and I'm sure it said $83,000. Jack, that's impossible. After the reception we all went back to Tony's apartment and Tony pulled out his last statement, which indeed did say $83,000. Then we saw why. Tony bought the wrong stock. Jack had told him to buy Cisco, the high-tech company, and Tony bought Cisco, the food distribution company. Both stocks are pronounced exactly the same. While Cisco crashed, Cisco did great. People who've had a truth is stranger than fiction moment. What's your most mind-boggling this can't be real incident? Life is full of surprises, some pleasant, some not so much. But there was one surprise in my life that was so mind-boggling, so unbelievable, that it felt like I was living in a parallel universe. I was working as a librarian in a small town. It was a quiet job, and I loved the tranquility and the smell of old books. One day, a man walked into the library. He was elderly, with a kind face and a gentle smile. He asked for a book, a rare edition of a classic novel. I searched for the book in our database, but there was no record of it. I told the man that we didn't have the book, but he insisted that we did. He said he had donated the book to the library himself, many years ago. Intrigued, I decided to search for the book in the old records. After hours of searching, I found a record of the book. It was donated by the same man, but the date of the donation was a shocker. The record showed that the book was donated in 1950, over 70 years ago. I looked at the man, confused and stunned. He didn't look a day over 60, but if the records were correct, he had to be over 100 years old. I showed him the record, and he just smiled. He said he had a long and fulfilling life, and he was glad to see the book again. That encounter was a truth is stranger than fiction moment for me. It was an unbelievable incident, a mystery that I still can't solve. It was a reminder of the mysteries of life, of the stories that are hidden in the most unexpected places. It was a moment that I will never forget, a moment that was stranger and more fascinating than any fiction. I'm not a homewrecker. I was minding my own business one evening, scrolling through my Facebook messages, when a familiar name popped up on my screen. It was Ezra, a guy I had briefly dated a few years ago. We hadn't kept in touch, so I was surprised to see a message from him. I clicked on his profile and discovered that he had been married for almost a year. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to see what he had to say. His first message was a bit cryptic, asking if I was having trouble sleeping. I responded the next morning with a puzzled and threw in a lighthearted comment about hoping I hadn't been hacked. I also sent my well wishes, hoping to end the conversation there. He replied with a laughing emoji, and I thought that was the end of it. But then, this morning, I received another message from Ezra. He asked how I had been and what was going on in my life. I replied, telling him I was doing well and mentioned that I had noticed he was now married, offering my congratulations. I also shared some news about my new job. As I typed my response, I couldn't help but wonder why Ezra had reached out to me. It didn't seem like he had any ulterior motives, but something about the whole situation felt a bit off. I tried not to jump to negative conclusions and considered that there might be valid reasons for a married man to reconnect with someone from his past. The next message I received from Ezra was an invitation to go out to dinner with him, and that's where I shot it down. I wasn't going to be a homewrecker for anybody, although it's so tempting. He was the hottest guy I was ever with.
What high school stereotype did you fit into? Kid that everyone knew but wasn't popular. The class clown what turns annoying after a while. The girl who reads a book in the corner. Generic jock. The kind that socialized with everyone that knew of me, but never hung out after school, and after all that, I wasn't that good in the sports I played in. The smart troublemaker, instigated a lot of things, but got all A's in class. Maybe I was bored. Loser. I don't miss high school, and no, it didn't build character or make me the man I am today. It made me a hateful prick, and it took years to grow out of that.
What's the most ridiculous middle school breakup you've seen? We had just finished 7th grade. One of my best friends, David, actually had a girlfriend named Natasha. We were all in the same friend group at the time, so we were pretty close. Every Thursday night we would hang out in my basement, being unsupervised 13-year-olds. We would often play truth or dare. This one time we had been playing for a while, and then it was my turn. I turned to Natasha and dared her to fart in David's face. She actually seemed pretty excited to do so. He seemed nervous and closed his eyes as he laid down on the ground. Natasha approaches defenseless David, and she squats over his face, ready to release the fart. I kid you not, this girl lets go. An absolute heater of a fart. It was the full package. Nice deep rumbling noise, not too much moisture, and the stench was putrid. We're talking about a demon-level stinker. After the release, I watch David's eyes go wide and he knocks her off of him and runs towards the bathroom. He immediately starts puking. At this point, I'm laughing hysterically and Natasha, slightly embarrassed. My dad walks out of the kitchen with his friends, asks what the hell happened as David puking in the toilet. I explain to my dad how David just took a fart to the face courtesy of Natasha. Now she's incredibly embarrassed. From the bathroom, we hear, "Oh, God, I can still smell poo. Corn." Before he's overwhelmed by another wave of vomit. Eventually, David's nose and stomach recovered, but his relationship with Natasha did not. The next day, David broke up with her, as every time he saw her, he was reminded of the fart.
Don't answer the door, hide, lock everything, and never look into their eyes if this happens. I know that this sounds like the kind of advice to anyone left alone in the house at night, but this is different. It started a week ago. I was in bed, it had just turned 1 o'clock. I was scrolling on my phone while my wife, Steph, was asleep. I suddenly had a notification pop up at the top of my phone. Anyone with a video doorbell will be accustomed to this. Motion detected. I normally ignore it as it was either a car coming down the road or a person stumbling back home after a night out. Then the doorbell chimed. The notification followed. There is a person at your front door. I opened the app. There, sure enough, was a young woman standing, clinging onto my door frame. I answered, "Hello, can I help you?" She came back immediately, "Please, let me in. Someone is chasing me." I told her to stay where she was and I would call the police. I heard her again, "Please, let me in. He's going to hurt me. Please, hurry." At this point, my wife woke up. She asked me what I was doing as I put some clothes on, ready to go downstairs. I said there was a woman at our door begging to come in as someone was chasing her. I was about to dial for the police when Steph opened the app. She said, "Babe, no one is there." We looked back on the motion history. Both notifications were logged. I opened the first one. Nothing but our front porch. I proceeded to the other notification where someone had pressed the doorbell. There was my front porch, shrouded in darkness, but this time we could hear only my voice. Of course, there was no response to my questions. I thought to myself, was I going crazy? My wife said it was late, I must have been half asleep, and my mind was playing tricks on me. Even if that was right, it still didn't explain why we got the notifications. The next night, we both sat binging a Netflix show in our living room. We must have lost track of time as it was nearly 1 in the morning. I went to check the back door was locked when my phone buzzed. I asked Steph whether she had the same. She had. I opened the app just as it notified me that someone had pressed the bell. We both quickly opened the live view. Stood at our door, a child. The young boy must have been no older than 8. The camera was in night vision, which was black and white. The boy's face glowed, eyes piercing through my screen. I once again answered, "Hello, can I help?" The kid looked up at the camera. "Hi, my daddy broke down just up the road and his phone is dead. Can you please let me in? I need to use your phone." Me and Steph looked at each other. She shook her head at me. I replied to him, "I can call someone out for you, or maybe the police can help." The boy then seemed to turn. His voice now had anger to it. "Open the door. I need help. Are you really going to let me stay out here all alone?" His story had changed. I went back, after swallowing my own fear. "Stay there. I will get help." This time, I called the police. They came around 20 minutes later. By this point, no one was around. We had seen the boy walk off around the corner 5 minutes after I had got off the phone. The officers checked our road and the surrounding area. They found no people, not even the odd car driving around. We both tried to show them the app. Obviously, there was nothing there. The 2 officers were understanding and seemed to believe us. They gave us the department's direct number and told us to call them if anything happens again. We went to bed that night, scared and confused. We didn't understand what or why this was happening to us. The next day, we decided to get an early night. We made sure everything was locked and the house secure. We both fell asleep early. I was woken up at just gone 1 o'clock to the sound of 2 sets of buzzing from my phone. I ignored these. I just rolled over and went back to sleep. When I looked at my phone in the morning, I opened up the doorbell app. The video playback showed nothing, but I could hear scratching for about 2 to 3 seconds after the apparent press of a bell. I went downstairs and checked the door. 3 sets of 4 deep scratches went down my front door. The anxiety hit me like a tidal wave going throughout my body. I now fear the night ahead of us. 2 nights ago, we both had decided to stay up. We were going to put an end to this. We were on edge in our own home, and it just wasn't right. The minute drew closer to the damn time, 1 o'clock. Then, right on schedule, the notification started. I opened the app. Now stood there, one of the policemen. He was one of the officers that was with us the other night. I thought it was strange. It caught me off guard. Steph said that she will look out the window upstairs. We had both said earlier that one of us would look out the window to confirm if someone really was there. I answered the door. "Hello, officer. Can I help you?" He looked into the camera. "We have an update on the problem you have been having. Can you please open the door?" I felt a sense of confliction come over me. This didn't feel right. I had watched enough police programs and dramas to know they usually have to report to places with another officer. The lack of any police cars also unnerved me. "Sorry, officer. I'm sure you can understand the reluctancy to open the door due to our situation." He snapped back. "It's fine. I am an officer of the law and instructing you to please open up. I need to come in and update you now." I knew something was wrong. His whole demeanor was now completely different to when we spoke 2 nights ago. I watched as his head looked upwards. I heard my wife scream the words, "Oh my God." His eyes. What the underscore? I rushed up the stairs. My feet slipped in as I ran. I saw Steph, but she looked petrified. She stared at me blankly and said, "You need to let him in. He will help us." I uttered back, struggling to catch my breath, "We can't. You know we can't." "What did you see? What was wrong with his eyes?" She tilted her head at me. Her eyes began to roll upwards. "Let him in. Let him in." Her tone started to change. It was turning into a gravelly, rasping voice. Her face now full of anger as she screamed at me, "Let him in now." I grabbed her and shook her while shouting, "Steph, listen to me. Snap out of it." She looked back at me, dazed and confused. She said wearily, with tears in her eyes, "I want to go to bed." I said, "Only if you are okay." She said she was fine and didn't know what happened. I checked the video feed once more. No one was there. It took me a few hours to fall asleep, worrying about what happened to Steph. When I woke the next morning, Steph was gone. Her phone and jewelry left on the bedside cabinet. I went downstairs and searched for her, but nothing. She wasn't in the house. I called the police department on the number I was given. I spoke to the partner of the policeman that was at my door. I told him everything that happened and that my wife had gone missing. They told me the officer that was stood at my door 8 hours earlier was on leave. He flew out on holiday yesterday morning. It couldn't have been him. In the hours ahead, a search team was assembled, and I joined them in searching the local area. There was no sign of her. It's now 11 p.m. I'm sitting alone in my living room. My head now full of fear and radiating pain. I just want my Steph home. I just want normality back. Here it comes, 12:59. 3, 2, 1 o'clock. The notifications came through. I opened the app. Steph was at the front door. I was almost half expecting it. I said, "Where were you, honey?" She looked into the camera. I was taken, but I escaped, and I'm here now. Let me in, and I will tell you all about it. I took a deep sigh. "Okay, I will be there in a minute, babe. What can I do? She is my wife. I have nothing without her." I wrote all of this throughout this evening, hoping for some sort of closure, maybe even a happy ending to this horrible experience. I guess now it will just be a piece of evidence on what happened to us both. I need to go answer the door now. My wife is home.
What is the most terrifying thing you've experienced? I have a big family. One day we were all hanging out in the family farm, and decided to spend the night. We just had girls in one room, and boys in another, and everything was going fine. It was around 4 in the morning when I woke up to one of my cousins standing by the door. The hallway light was on, and shining on my face, so I could only see his outline, but I knew it was Josh. I asked him what he was doing, and if he needed something, but he didn't move, and my eyes were starting to adjust. I could see more details, but I couldn't see his face. I was really sleepy and confused. When the hallway lit up, Josh's shape, everything disappeared. It was just darkness, and an open door. I knew I was awake, because I was sitting down. I decided to get one of my roommate's cousins up, and go check on the boys. Josh had an allergy to something. He didn't want to bother anyone, so he took a Benadryl and went to bed. When I checked on him, he wasn't breathing. We got my uncle up. He gave Josh some heavy-duty medication, and we took him to a hospital. Everyone was fine. Josh told me he knew I was insomniac, and while he was suffocating, unable to make a noise, he kept praying I couldn't sleep, and decided to check on him. "What is the angriest your wife has ever been at you, and what did you do?" "I threw a steak out the window. Last night, my wife's boss from her brand new job invited us over for dinner. On the drive over, my wife reiterated many times to me just how important it was to make a good impression. I scoffed and arrogantly informed my silly wife that I always make good impressions. My wife's boss is a single lady in her 50s, so it was just the three of us. We chit-chatted over drinks and salads and seemed to really be hitting it off. She laughed at my well-timed, perfectly appropriate jokes and my wife seemed pleased. Soon she brought out the main course, a nice big juicy steak for each of us. As I began to cut into my steak, I was discouraged to discover how undercooked this steak was. Now, I've had my fair share of rare steak. I prefer medium, but I can handle rare. This was several minutes on a hot grill short of rare. I probably could have resuscitated the cow had I tried. Instead, I sat there fidgeting with my knife and fork, worrying about how I was going to get away with not eating this steak. Claim veganism? No, I'd already feigned great enthusiasm upon seeing the steak. Just then, our hostess excused herself to the kitchen to take care of some dessert preparations. As I looked across the fancy dining room table at the open window of this third-story apartment, a cartoon light bulb appeared over my head. I knew I had to be decisive, realizing that she could return at any moment. I committed. I grabbed the steak with my hand, gently shook off the juice, and executed a perfect throw right through the center of the open window. Here's where I messed up. Big time. The window wasn't open. It was the cleanest freaking window you've ever seen in your life. That is, until my mostly raw slab of steak slammed up against it and slowly slid down, leaving a trail of bloody juice in its wake. My wife, whose steak was a nice medium rare and was unaware of my predicament, turned, jaw dropped, and stared at me like I was an alien from another planet. This look then slowly morphed into more of a "there is no place on this planet you can ever hide from me" expression of demonic anger. My wife's boss heard the thud of the steak on window impact and came quickly. She took in the scene, the steak sitting on the windowsill, the blood trail, my empty plate, and then gave me an inquisitive, puzzled look. I just didn't know what to say. It felt like a minute of silence but was probably 3 or 4 seconds. Finally, the best I could manage was, "I'm so sorry. I am such a klutz. I don't know, I was just cutting it, and it slipped. Just ask my wife, I really am a klutz. Right, honey?" I was getting no help from my wife on this one. "I will clean this up." I can't believe this, I am so sorry. Both women continued to stare at me like I had escaped from the loony bin, as I smeared the blood around the window with my cloth napkin, dusted off the steak, and continued to mutter my incoherent explanation. I knew no one was buying the story. I knew what I had to do. I sheepishly returned to my seat and proceeded to eat every bite of that disgusting, cold, chewy, bloody, raw steak. I remained pretty quiet the rest of the evening. My wife's only 2 words to that night after the incident are "I'm fine." The next day I got a text from my wife. "Good news, my boss and I just had a good laugh over how much of an idiot you are. I hope you know you will never live this down. I love you, you moron." My adoptive son decided to uninvite us in his wedding and choose his people, who left him to die in the middle of nowhere when he was a child, so we canceled everything we paid for. Our adoptive son is 24. He's black, and we're not. About 19 years ago, my husband and I were driving on a highway, back from a short vacation, when along a particularly long stretch of road, absolutely no buildings around, only a ton of grass and hills as far as the eye could see, we spotted a little boy just sitting by the side of the road. As I mentioned, there was nothing around for miles and no cars close to where the boy was, so we decided to stop and see if everything was okay. When we got closer to the boy, let's call him Jason, it was effortless to see he was dirty and malnourished since the only thing he had on was some diapers. He was so small it didn't look like he could be older than 3, later found out he was 5. We asked him why he was alone, and he said, "Mommy and Daddy put him here and told him to wait." There was no cell signal, so we did the sensible thing and brought him back to town to the nearest police station. To make a long story short, CPS was called. We discovered his parents were some druggies that were on the run from a felony. The only other relative Jason had was his grandmother, who was very mentally ill and couldn't take care of him, and we felt terrible. He went into foster care soon after, but we felt terrible for the kid and kept in touch with his caseworker. I had, still do, an extremely well-paying job at the time. I could afford a decent lifestyle for a small family. So after a few months of discussions between ourselves, the caseworker, and some bureaucracy, we formally adopted Jason. Now, onto the situation. About 3 years ago, Jason's parents were released from prison on parole. They contacted him not long after in hopes of reconnecting. Before that, they'd sent him a few odd letters but nothing substantial. At first, he was hesitant to talk to them, but he ended up caving and meeting them for lunch one day. I'll admit that some of me was jealous and apprehensive of what could happen, but I could see that it was something that my son wanted to do, so for his sake, I swallowed those and supported him through it. It wasn't long, about 3 months, that he started pulling away from us. At first, I chalked it up to him being excited actually to talk to his bio parents after so long, talk about what had been going on in his life, spend some time with them, etc. It started to bother me when he'd cancel plans with us last minute because mom had an emergency or dad needs me to help him with something today or whatever other excuse he could come up with. He used to come to our house at least once a week and call daily, but now we were lucky if he even came by that month. Again, I thought that was just temporary, that he was just excited, and soon enough, he'd start spending some time with us again. We were overjoyed when he invited us over to dinner one night. It was supposed to be a family gathering, us and his bio parents and girlfriend. I wasn't exactly keen on meeting the people who had left my son for the dead on the side of the road, but I decided to give them the benefit of the doubt, thinking maybe they'd atoned and changed. Besides, he's our son, and we love him. We had to try, at least. To say the diner was a disaster is an understatement. His bio mom was extremely rude to me, my husband, the entire night, making passive-aggressive homophobic and racist remarks every chance she got. His father was much the same. It all came to a head when she straight up called us the F word and threw a glass at my husband. A screaming match followed, and we left soon after. The next day, Jason apologized profusely and promised they'd never do something like that again. I told him neither I nor my husband wanted to have anything to do with them and would appreciate it if he understood that. He seemed to but continued to pull away the next few months. And that leads to what happened last week. Jason proposed to his girlfriend about 9 months back and has been preparing for the wedding since. Of course, we were overjoyed for him. But a few months went by, and no invitation came. Jason would say they hadn't been sent out yet and changed the subject whenever we asked. Last week, my husband saw a Twitter post from one of Jason's friends, his groomsman, that went a few weeks back with the invitation in his hands. We confronted Jason about it the next time he came over, only for him to drop the bomb on us, saying that we hadn't been invited. We asked why, and he said his parents didn't want us there and wouldn't come if we did. I was effing furious. I asked him how he could choose those pieces of trash over us, why they were so important, what did we do to deserve this kind of treatment. His answer? They understand me better. They're my people. My husband was crying, asking how he could do it. I've only been outraged a few times, and this moment managed to top all of them. I threw him out immediately and then told him never to return, that he wasn't our son anymore. I spent the rest of the day hugging my husband and trying to calm him down. The next day I canceled everything we'd paid for the wedding, which was necessary, even the ones we couldn't get a refund on. Of course, Jason had the gall to call and scream at me, asking how I could do that to him. Where would he find replacements for a wedding that was supposed to happen only a few months from now? I told him I didn't care and said, maybe you should ask those 2 leeches you call parents for help. 19 years. 19 effing years of my goddamn life spent raising and loving a kid that I considered my son, only to be treated like garbage. Giving blood, sweat, and tears so he would have a good life. All the love we can give is what we get as a reward. My partner, 22 female, lied to me, 22 male, about a guy in her life. Do I stay? So this girl I'm dating has a best friend, who is a guy. They've grown up together, and have been in each other's lives on and off for a while. I knew all this, and I knew they were close, but she explicitly told me she had no romantic feelings toward him. Before we were officially dating, she would hang out with him a lot. I remember a couple of times she abruptly left me to hang out with him. At this point, even though we weren't dating, I had the impression that that was the goal. With this in mind, I tried to feel as though I was just being jealous and that there really wasn't anything between them. But after we said we were going to be exclusive, she still hung out with him. I had to tell her I was uncomfy with her sleeping with him, as in purely sleeping, because they still were having sleepovers. After this, we were hanging out one day when she said she needed to focus on studying because it was final season, which is true, and she really did have to. I obliged, but I had a suspicion she was hanging out with this guy. Now this could totally be because I'm paranoid because her behavior made me very paranoid. But I staggered my exit a bit and saw her walking outside with this guy, immediately after I left. She claims it was a coincidence, and that he showed up unannounced and she demanded he leave. I don't know what to make of this, but me seeing her walking with him prompted me to say I have stuff to think about, and that I didn't want to follow through on our plans the following day. In response to this, she showed up at my house and started banging on windows until I responded. I responded to her doing this maybe 4 or 5 times before she finally admitted she was more dating him before we met, and that she just didn't want to let me know because I already seemed insecure by his presence and she didn't want to threaten our relationship. All in all, she said so much and probably lied about so much that I can't even tell if I've explained everything. I don't know what to do.
I can't tell my daughter, but her husband wants to be friends with benefits while she's sick, and it's breaking my heart. I'm a 46-year-old woman who had my daughter, Laura 30 female, when I was just 16. We share a very close bond. Laura's father was much older and abusive, and it took significant effort to remove him from our lives. As Laura grew up, our relationship evolved into more of a friendship. I eventually returned to college and she followed in my footsteps, even pursuing the same major and advancing to earn her PhD. I couldn't be prouder of her. During her studies, she met and married her husband, who was 43 years old, and they have a son whom I absolutely adore. Initially, I was pretty hesitant about her husband because he was closer to my age than hers, but he won me over with his devotion to my daughter and their child. About 8 months ago, my daughter started a new job but found herself completely exhausted every day. At first she thought it was just the demands of work raising a child and daily life. However, my normally energetic daughter was sleeping whenever she could. Then she began having breathing difficulties and was rushed to the hospital where we discovered she had a blood clot in her lung. While that was treated easily, they found an underlying condition that made her very ill. The past year or so has been incredibly tough. She has had numerous hospital stays and treatments, and at home she has mostly been confined to moving between her bed and the sofa. Her husband has been amazing throughout this. Despite working full-time, he has been by her side whenever possible. I have been taking care of my grandchild a lot and together we have managed to make it work. Then last month we finally received some good news. She had turned a corner, so to speak. She was slowly starting to improve, but there was still a long road ahead. Still, I felt like I exhaled for the first time since her diagnosis last weekend. I had some time to myself and went out with some colleagues. It was a lot of fun. Last Sunday, I literally did nothing but relax around the house and it was wonderful. Sunday night, as I was locking up and getting ready for bed, my son-in-law arrived. I immediately panicked, but he assured me that Laura was fine. Then he just burst into tears. He said he was worn out, worn down and feeling lost. I really felt sorry for him because he has been carrying so much on his shoulders. It's been tough watching our daughter so unwell constantly. He went on about how much he missed her touch and their intimacy, even just cuddling and lying together. I mentioned that they still did those things, but he said it was only for short periods and it wasn't the same. They hadn't really made love since she got ill. Maybe only twice. He saw that I was getting a bit angry and quickly reassured me that he wasn't blaming Laura. Then he started talking about how Laura and I looked more like sisters with the same body shape, hair, smile and sense of humor. He said, I looked at least 10 years younger than my age. Normally, I'd appreciate such a compliment, but I had a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. He said that if he had never met Laura, I'd be just his type. I snapped at him to spit it out and tell me what he was getting at. Then he asked if we could be friends with benefits until Laura got better, saying she would never know and it would provide comfort for both of us. He added that we both had a lot to lose, so we didn't share. Laura never found out. I was horrified and speechless for a moment before asking if he was serious. He said yes. I couldn't believe it. I told him I had far more to lose because Laura was my irreplaceable daughter, but apparently to him she was easily replaced. He insisted that wasn't true and that he loved her with all his heart. He was just trying to cope with her illness. I was furious. I asked if he had already cheated on her and he looked shocked and offended, making things worse by saying, "No, I only want you." I told him it would never happen, ever, and if he did cheat on Laura, he would have to deal with me. He started sobbing again. I told him he needed counseling, not intimacy with his mother-in-law. He pleaded with me not to tell Laura, and he knows I can't, as I'm afraid this would literally finish her. I threw him out and spent the whole night going back over the last few years, and if I had somehow led him on, I didn't. We were friendly, but nothing more. Most of our interactions were around my grandson. I texted my daughter and told her I thought I had COVID, so I was going to stay for a while in case I infected her. I'm not sick, just heartsick. I can't face my daughter. I can't stand the sight of him, and I miss my grandchild. My chest feels like tight all the time, and my throat constantly feels dry and closed. I don't know what to do, but all I do know is I can't tell my daughter. I want to pick her up and move her in with me, with my grandchild, and send him on his way, but I can't. I've got to keep this damn secret, and I don't know how I can or what to do. I can't confide in anyone in real life, so here I am. He pleaded with me not to tell Laura, knowing that I can't because I'm afraid it would literally destroy her. I threw him out and spent the whole night replaying the past few years, wondering if I had somehow led him on at any point. I hadn't. We were friendly, but nothing more. Most of our interactions were about my grandson. I texted my daughter telling her I thought I had COVID and would stay away for a while to avoid infecting her. I'm not sick, just heartbroken. I can't face my daughter. I can't stand the sight of him, and I miss my grandchild. My chest feels tight all the time and my throat constantly feels dry and closed. I don't know what to do, but I do know I can't tell my daughter. I want to pick her up, move her and my grandchild in with me and send him on his way, but I can't. I have to keep this secret, and I don't know how or what to do. I can't confide in anyone in real life, so here I am.
What are your best money tricks to stay out of debt? I have 3 rules that I live by religiously to make sure that I'm always adding to my savings. My rounding rule, my freebie rule, and my double rule. My rounding rule is the most impactful one. Basically, I have a constant mental calculation of how much money is going in and out, but when I calculate money going in, I round down, and when I calculate money going out, I round up. So, my rent, which is actually $2,300 a month, gets rounded up to $3,000. Same thing with bills, car insurance, and any small things I purchase like coffee or fast food. However, I internally round my monthly salary to around $1,000 lower than it actually is. This means that I always put mental pressure on myself when I buy things while usually having a pretty hefty safety net that keeps me in a net positive. My next freebie rule is to dump all the extra money that I come by into savings. This goes for super small things, like finding a $20 bill on the ground, where I'd usually just dump the whole thing straight into the account, but especially for bonuses. Whenever my company gives us extra money from bonuses or commissions, I treat that money like I never even had the opportunity to spend it. This is because I can technically live on my salary without these freebies, so there's no reason to spend it on short-term satisfactions when I can instead put it towards a long-term goal and let it accrue interest. And finally, my double rule applies the most to things that I buy in the long term. Basically, other than a house, I never buy anything unless I can afford to buy 2 of it. This rule was a blessing for me when it came to purchasing a car, and the combination of these 3 rules is the only reason why I managed to escape debt just 3 years after graduating. My racist neighbors are harassing us just because we're child-free. My husband and I thought we were completely overthinking, but turns out we were right all along. About 2 years ago, we bought our first house. We were really excited to leave apartment life behind. However, things didn't go as planned. It all began with our neighbors behind our house. They were mowing their lawn way over the property line, and they had a big dog that they'd let out without a leash or a fence. One day, their dog charged at our small puppy, and my wife had to step in to protect our little dog. The husband didn't help at all. So, we decided to get a fence installed to keep our yard safe for our pets. However, this made our neighbors very angry. They believed that children should be able to play everywhere, even though we never saw their kids playing outside. They started damaging our fence with their lawnmower and even threw trash into our yard. We couldn't understand why they were so mad until I overheard the wife talking to her mother. She said, "They don't even have kids. They took that house from a family who deserves it. Our house is small and not really suitable for kids, but it's perfect for us, our dog, and our 2 cats." We thought this was just their attitude, but then we began to hear gossip from a few other parents in the neighborhood. They were saying things like, "They don't have kids, so they don't belong here." It was mostly a few parents who had kids of the same age playing together. Some people can be judgmental, but most parents don't really care if you have kids or not, so we didn't pay much attention to it. Then, a few weeks ago, my husband and I were arguing while carrying groceries into the house. We were just frustrated with each other, and it wasn't a big deal. Suddenly, the police showed up at our door. Our area has strict domestic violence laws, so the police usually make an arrest when they receive a domestic call. However, it was clear that there was no danger in our situation. I went back inside, and we quickly checked our Ring camera's live feed, which caught the police officer's conversation. One officer said, "This was nothing. If my neighbors called the police every time my wife and I argued, they'd be here every day." A sergeant responded, "This was a huge waste of our time. I'm going to talk to the person who called. We should never have been called here. I'm tired of coming to this neighborhood." The sergeant went across the street, and we couldn't hear exactly what was said, but it was clear that he wasn't happy with the neighbors who had called. The husband started shouting, "We have kids. They shouldn't have to hear this." The sergeant said something that made him quiet down and then wrote him a ticket for making a false report. We were really upset that the police had been called to our home. We knew it could have ended badly for one of us, all over nothing. We talked to our next door neighbor, who we really like, and they were getting ready to sell their house. They told us, "Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but my ex-husband and I had problems with the same neighbors for years. We didn't want to get involved, but there's a group of parents who talk about you all the time and are trying to make you leave. They think you shouldn't be here because you don't have kids." We had issues with them because my ex-husband is black, and they didn't want black kids in the neighborhood. The cops used to be called all the time when our kids were playing outside, so the police know about these parents. Now, they give out tickets every time they're called, and it turns out to be nothing. We couldn't believe it. We had confirmation that there really was a group of parents trying to push us out, and they were also racist. Later that day, we saw the person who had called the police talking to our next door neighbor, who was furious with him. She said, "I've told you over and over not to call the police for every little thing. I have black kids who have black friends, and the last thing I need is a tragedy because of you. You called the police for nothing, and my kids could have been hurt. We're not sure what to do at this point. We're surrounded by mean, racist parents who seem determined to keep calling the police on us until we leave. This morning, we caught the neighbors behind us letting their large dog into our fenced yard to poop, which was trespassing. They left their dog in our yard and only came back inside when my husband confronted them. He called animal control and provided the ring footage to the same sergeant who had come earlier. The police and animal control arrived, and the wife was caught trying to sneak the dog back into her house. My wife and I decided that the next time they call the police on us, we will provide them with the ring footage of them letting their dog on our property. If the cops give us the choice, we will certainly press charges, and since they already have gotten ticketed for the false calls, we should have a strong case against them. Having diarrhea is my favorite thing in the entire world. Yes, that is right, I love to have diarrhea. One of my favorite things to do is take a laxative on weekends when I have absolutely nothing to do and I know I'll be at the house all day. There are so many aspects of it that make it one of the best experiences. The first aspect I love is the rush. Just going about my business and then all of a sudden I know I might poop my pants. That it is time to get on a toilet right now and nothing else matters. It's an adrenaline rush when the stomach starts to gurgle and you know you can't stop what's about to happen. That I am totally at the mercy of my bowels. The second is simply the feeling. I love the feeling of relief I get in my stomach, the feeling of it rushing out of my butt, and it is one of those good burn feelings in the butt too. I love that fiery booty hole burn. Then when you go to wipe it's kind of like you are scratching that ultimate itch. To put it simply, from start to finish the feeling of diarrhea has multiple aspects that all feel good and all of them have their special place in my heart. The third aspect I love is the smell. It's like when you have a good fart and it stinks really bad and you kind of sniff it in and you are like, dang, I just did that. The smell of diarrhea is like I just opened a sewer line right in my toilet and I love it. It's just a great scent to sit there and enjoy for a minute. A nasty type of good that makes you feel a little dirty. The fourth aspect would have to be looking at what came out. Just standing to wipe and looking at what once used to be a perfectly clean toilet is now black. Just black water with black spatter all around the bowl of the toilet. I love to stand there for a second and look at it and say, dang, look at all that bad stuff I just expelled from my body. That's a great feeling looking at it and knowing how you've just cleansed your body. To put it simply, I highly recommend diarrhea. I showed my girlfriend a song for us to use in the bedroom and now she needs it to finish. My girlfriend and I have always shared a passion for music. We're both avid listeners, constantly seeking out new tunes and exploring different genres. Naturally we bang to music. One day, in an attempt to add a bit of flair to our romantic encounters, I decided to introduce her to a specific indie song that was on my Spotify daily mix. The song had that romantic indie vibe and the lyrics are about spontaneous hookups, so it seemed like a cool fit for a bedroom playlist. At first, it seemed like a brilliant idea. She loved the song and I already liked it, so we tried getting it on. As we turned up the volume and let the music envelop us, something magical happened. The rhythm, the echo of the guitar riffs, and the distorted lyrics seemed to synchronize perfectly with our movements. It was like the song was tailor-made for our passionate moments. Well, she really enjoyed this and somewhat erupted quite quickly midway. I kinda thought that was awesome, at the time. Little did I know that this seemingly innocent act of musical experimentation would spiral into an unexpected dependence. As time went on, my girlfriend started to rely on the song to finish it all. Not only did she insist on playing it each time we did the deed, but she also felt the need to wear headphones, ensuring she could hear the song's vibrations from the bass. She needed the headphones to fully immerse herself in the experience, and without them, reaching the pinnacle became an insurmountable challenge. It seemed that the song had become an essential ingredient, a bizarre but necessary addition to our bedroom escapades. To say this was a shock would be an understatement. Initially, I found it endearing that we had discovered such a unique way to connect through music. However, the situation soon became a bit too intense. Now, you might be wondering why this is such a problem to me. Well, it kills spontaneity. And makes me feel pretty unnecessary. Picture this, we're in the heat of the moment, things are getting steamy, and suddenly my girlfriend pauses, reaches for her headphones, and carefully places them on her ears before listening to another man and completely ignoring me while she finishes. It's a buzzkill, to say the least. Moreover, it's become a logistical nightmare. We've had instances where we're scrambling to find the headphones amidst the tangled sheets, desperately trying not to lose momentum. It's like a game of musical hide and seek, but instead of finding your partner, you're searching for a pair of headphones. Don't get me wrong, I love my girlfriend, and our connection is more than just this peculiar quirk. But, I can't help but feel a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected reliance on this song. It's taken our intimate moments into weird uncharted territory, and I'm not entirely sure how to navigate it.
What's an industry secret in the field you work in? I design slot machines for casinos. Don't play slots. I'm an attorney. The secret is shut the F up. I'm a server. No matter how much we insist it's okay that you are keeping the entire restaurant open after we've closed, please know we are 100% lying. We will get fired if we deviate from anything other than pure delight that you are keeping us from going home. We dread it. Please don't believe us. Almost every hairstylist gets the heebie-jeebies when we shampoo your hair and you just stare up at us, close your damn eyes at the shampoo bowl. Used to screen resumes for small companies. Job requirements are more of a wish list situation. Never let some unchecked boxes deter you from applying. You have no idea what the applicant pool is like. The biggest boon, especially at small companies, is someone who legitimately cares. You'd be surprised how willingly someone will do their job and even go above and beyond if you just compliment them for their professionalism, politeness and how they are helping them.
What is the biggest revenge you have got on a person of religion? Got my pro-Trump pastor to pay for my college. I've known my pastor ever since I was a little kid, and he's always been a total piece of work. For reference, I was one of the only kids in my church who didn't go to a private Catholic high school, instead going into a public school because that's where my friends were. My pastor made a lot of assumptions about me just because of my high school choice. In my town, most of the public school attendees are very liberal and pro-Democrat, while all the private school kids are your stereotypical good Christian children who lean conservative. To be blunt, I am a Democrat, and I'm not really very firm in my faith either. However, I made a point to never show this side of me to my pastor out of respect for him. Despite me always trying my best to seem adamant in my faith, though, my pastor never liked me and has been really rude and disrespectful to me in the past 4 years. But this year, someone new on the church board was really wealthy and also happened to support Donald Trump, so they founded something called the Trump for Church Scholarship. The thing is, this scholarship was directed exclusively at public school students because they wanted to connect Trump to the public school community, where most of the kids were Democrats anyway. My pastor was on the scholarship decision committee, and he categorically told me that he would make sure I never got the scholarship. But the only place the scholarship was announced was at church, so almost all the kids who saw the bulletin announcement were already disqualified because they were in the Catholic private high school. It turned out that I was one of the only kids who even applied for the full ride scholarship. Since I actually attended church, my essay was doubtlessly the best, and despite his bias against me, my pastor had to approve me for the scholarship. As I'm getting ready for my first fall semester, I can't help but feel proud. Take that, Pastor Dave.
My cousin made out with me because it was a part of his mission. I, 19F, am in a different state than my cousins. I'll call him John, 19 male, and Derek, 16 male. I go to a D1 university in my state, and it's my second year enrolled. It is my cousin John's first year in college and he stayed in his home state, so he lives about 3 hours away from me. However, his friend, I'll call Jacob, 18M, was offered an athletic scholarship for my school, so he moved here. During my cousin's graduation party in May of 2023, I was told to look out for Jacob as both John and Derek had told him that I would be at the school he was going to, and shortly after the party Jacob followed me on Instagram. In July, John had asked me if I had seen Jacob around campus. Classes didn't start back up until late August, so I had no reason to be in town on our campus at that time. It was a weird question, but I brushed it off. 1 week ago, Jacob messages me on Instagram and asked for my Snapchat account so he could add me on it. I didn't see anything wrong with it, so I sent it to him. 2 days after that, he asks me to confirm that I am John and Derek's cousin, and once I did, there was no response. Tonight he messaged me, and once I responded, he sent this: I mean this in the least weird way possible. I'm actually supposed to hook up with you. It's a part of the mission. No one else in my life is connected to Jacob in any way besides my cousins, and it's starting to make me feel physically ill. It hurts me that my family that I've been so close to all my life, that they go around and turn this on me. Me and John are only around 8 months apart, so we were pretty close, and now I feel like I have to stop seeing him as my cousin but as a man who will hurt me, and now I have to see my younger cousin that way too, because with them, if one was in on it, they both were. I don't know if I should tell me dad. I call my dad at least every other day. He's my best friend and these are his nephews. I don't want my grandparents to know. I think it would actually send one of them to an early grave.
Therapists of Reddit, what was your biggest "I know I'm not supposed to judge you but holy shit" moment? I work with youth and adolescents who have anxiety, trauma, and/or depression. Some of the kids I worked with had some pretty severe attachment issues. Regardless of this, I never thought I'd have to seriously explain. 1. You can't just buy a straitjacket for your kid. 2. Feeding your kid ultra-spicy ramen each night instead of the meal everyone else is eating isn't specifically defined as abuse, but you have to understand the emotional abuse that this causes. 3. Your kid isn't trying to kill you because they stand in your doorway at night crying. That's likely because they're scared of their traumatic nightmares, but feel like you will just yell at them if they wake you up.
Try to embarrass me? My mom will put you in your place. This was years ago when I was still in high school. I was struggling in math, and it didn't help that my math teacher sucked at teaching and was mega inappropriate in a multitude of ways. He was very outspoken, as in he wasn't afraid to humiliate you in front of everyone. For example, if a girl walked in wearing shorts and a tank top, the first thing he'd say to her is, "Well, someone's dressed like a whore today." He would call kids dumb, embarrass them in the middle of our lesson, called you names, etc. He even did it to me a few times. Anyways, since I was struggling in his class, my mom set up a private parent-teacher conference with him. They talked about it and set it up weeks in advance. The day before the meeting, this teacher called me out in front of everyone. "Your mommy is coming tomorrow for our conference, are you ready for it?" he said in a very smug way. I told him this was no one's business to know, and if he wanted to talk to me about it, call me over to his desk, not discuss it in front of everyone. But the bastard only laughed at me and proceeded to say how he's dealt with many one-on-one conferences with students and their parents, and that my mommy won't scare him. That's when I laughed and told him, "Yeah, we'll see about that." Of course he didn't take me seriously, and let me and everyone else in the class know that my mommy wouldn't get to him. But here's the thing my teacher did not know about my mother: not only is she stern, but she's also a cop. So the next day, my mom walks onto campus in her full uniform since she had to go straight to work after our meeting, meaning she was in her bulletproof vest, had her firearm on her, handcuffs, everything, the whole police ensemble. When we walked in, he immediately crumbled. "Hello, Mom's name, I'm Mr. Asshat. My mom shot him down immediately and said, "You can call me officer, our last name." He was speechless already. He sat us down at the desks, but Mr. Asshat already messed up. Every morning, his class was open to students trying to finish math homework, and this day was no different. There were kids in the room before school started and my mom was pissed about it. We didn't even start the actual conference, and my mom stated she had a question before we got started. "Why the F are there other kids in here?" Mr. Asshat, still obviously intimidated, said it was so they could finish any math homework they had. My mom was not having it. "We've had this conference scheduled for weeks. These kids don't need to hear the issues my kid is having with you, so why are they in here during a private meeting?" He proceeded to kick the kids out. He was on his toes the entire time. There was no fooling around, no snide comments, nothing. This was the most serious I had ever seen him. It was glorious. He was visibly intimidated by my mom, and it was the best feeling. Later on in the day, when it was my class period with him, he immediately made sure I understood everything. I knew when the test was, I understood the material, etc., because I do not want your mom coming back here and chewing my butt out again. All the kids in class were surprised because of how smug he was the day before, and how he was acting now. He wanted to make sure my mom was not coming back for another conference, and admitted that she's a scary woman. The sorry bastard left me alone for the rest of the school year and made sure I knew the material enough to pass, as long as my mom didn't come back, gave me the best feeling. Side note, it was known to the school how inappropriate he was with students. There were many complaints against him, including some from my mom. He never got fired because he was the only tennis coach and the school didn't want to find and hire a new coach.
What job is highly praised but is actually crap? Based on all the news over the past couple years, EMS/EMT. The pay is crap, the hours are awful, half the equipment is broken, it's dangerous, and you end up losing a lot of people. Social worker, I'd imagine. Good people with good intentions going into it, that are forcibly exposed to the worst humanity has to offer. Or at the very least, incredibly difficult situations. Doctors. Being on call every third night, no sleep, crazy hours. My dad used to practice medicine, and eventually had to leave because it was so bad.
People that caught a parent having an affair. What happened? It all started when I was 10. My father has multiple sclerosis, and has had it for the last 26 years. He was also a corrections officer and worked the graveyard shift. My dad was the vice president of the Disabled Drummers Association at the time, and was tasked with completing a new website. This is when a young man, around the age I am now, 28, offered to help my parents build the website. My mother at the time was about 36, and my father was 42. Chris, the young man, started coming over around 5 to 6 p.m. while both my parents were home and they would work on the website. This website should have only taken a week, or two, tops. It was just supposed to be something simple and informative. Weeks turned into months, and Chris came over later and later as time went on. I started getting a weird feeling about everything. I had a much different perspective of events because the computer was on the bottom floor of our house, and I was the only one that lived downstairs. The computer was in our family room, a mere 30 feet from my door. I was 100% certain something was going on about 7 months into the charade, when I heard them upstairs watching Saving Private Ryan. I could hear them making out, and to me I remember it sounding like a sloppy mess, and heard them rounding second and then third base. Needless to say, I still have not watched that movie. I heard their conversation slowly progressing as the nights went later and later. To the rest of my family, apparently he had just become a family friend, even coming to my elementary graduation when I was 12. Yes, this affair was going on for years, whether my father was oblivious or chose to believe nothing was happening, as she had cheated once before, a guy named Bob, when I was 6, of which I also knew about, but that story is for another time I suppose. So 2 years later, 3 years later, this damn site still isn't done and he's still coming over, now. Waiting until after my father goes to work at 9 p.m. One day, in 7th grade, I was 13 at the time, and it was about 1 month before Thanksgiving I finally decided to mention something to someone. I decided to tell my sister, who was 11 at the time, what I knew. She didn't understand and just kept saying, "Mommy loves Daddy." Oddly enough, later that night, my father opened the cell phone bill, which he never did. My mom usually managed the finances. He saw a bunch of calls to a number, while everyone was home. My mom had been having undiagnosed bladder issues and had been going to the bathroom constantly. He put 2 and 2 together and it finally clicked in his head. He lost his shit that night. He found out 2 hours before leaving for his 9 p.m. shift. Had his uniform on and everything. He leaves at his normal time of 8 p.m. because he worked about a half hour away and always liked to be early. 9 p.m. rolls around and I'm still sitting next to my sister, and she seems quite confused. My mother sits us down on the couch upstairs and tells us to pack. I tell her I don't want to leave, but she gets angry, starts crying, to guilt me into following her orders. Chris shows up and he and my mother basically kidnap my sister and I, and we drive to Chris's little apartment in town. It's the middle of the night, so I cannot see street signs. It was a weekend, so I didn't have to go to school for a few days, so we were forced to stay inside for a couple days. I still remember the musky smell of his dark upstairs apartment. He had dating books all over his bookshelf as well. I remember hearing them do it while my sister and I attempted to sleep on the couch. Sunday rolls around and my mom decides to take us to see the first Pokemon movie, as I was a huge Pokemon nerd, and it had come out earlier that week. Bad idea, because I learned where we were because I saw the local ice rink, Kennedy Ice Arena. I asked to call my dad because I missed him, and the first thing I did was tell him where I was. At that point, my mother offered to take my sister and I home because she didn't want my father knowing the exact location she would continue to stay at. The next week, my mom rented her own house in town. I keep saying in town because I lived outside of a city, and so you had to drive into town to get anything. Anyways, she rents this house and comes and gets all of her stuff within a week. My sister decided to go with my mom, as my mom was doing a buy your love tactic and I wasn't falling for it. Thanksgiving rolls around a couple weeks later and my father and I make baked chicken breasts, with stuffing and mashed potatoes, in our empty house. By this time it was more populated with our pets, 3 cats and a dog, than it was with humans. Christmas time rolls around, and for the last month it was a string of broken promises from my mother that she would make time for me, and promising me she was done with Chris. I finally agree to go spend the night in the spare room at my mother's place, and she promises me that Chris won't show up. I agreed to go on a night my father didn't work, just in case. Around 11 p.m. Chris comes. Perfect. There is a phone next to my bed, so I call my dad and ask him to come get me. I'm wearing no shoes, no socks, just shorts and a t-shirt. I walk past Chris and my mother on my way out and wait for my dad. It's quite mild for mid-December, so this blizzard is more slushy than snow. I stand at the end of the driveway for 45 minutes while Chris and my mother are standing all bundled up in the garage yelling at me to come inside, not once making an attempt to even brave the weather to come force me inside. My father finally shows up, and luckily has some blankets in the Astra van, so I put those on, and on the way home I spewed out the most hateful and cuss-filled rant I have ever spewed to this day. My parents eventually worked things out, which I believe my dad bit the bullet due to the impending disability the MS would strike, which he is currently in the hospital from a broken bone and new lesions on his spinal cord. Which in the end was really the best for him, as my mom does take good care of him when needed now. I have moved on from the situation and put myself into therapy a few years ago to learn how to better control my emotions over the situation, and we have a good relationship now. Worried I'm not enough to transition into an expat life. I'm about to turn 36 soon, and for the past 4 years, I've been seriously considering moving out of the US. Life here is too fast-paced for me, and I've always believed in the idea that hard work leads to success, but I've found it to be a joke. In my younger years, I held down multiple jobs, always working hard and playing hard, but with no college degree and the wrong personality for sales, I struggled to make significant progress. My social life thrived, but financially, I wasn't getting ahead. 3 years ago, I finally decided to go back to school and change my major, with the ultimate goal of moving abroad to study and work. The beginning of my sophomore year was tough, so I took a year off due to burnout. I was working full-time with forced overtime, and I was taking double classes to speed through my degree. I realized I needed a change, so I accepted a slightly lower-paying job with a healthier work environment. I took the time to focus on my mental health and now feel great about my studies. I have a 3.76 GPA and only 2 years left until graduation. However, the city I live in is becoming increasingly expensive, and my income, while at the top of my field, is not enough to keep up with the rising costs. My goal is to save $500 a month, which I've been working towards since April. Unfortunately, I've only managed to save $700 so far because I had to dip into my savings to cover an unexpected medical charge. To make ends meet, I've canceled subscriptions and gym memberships, and I even started donating plasma. However, I have limited viable veins, so I'm not sure how long I'll be able to continue this. I've even considered alternative means to make money, but I don't feel comfortable selling foot photos due to potential risks. I do have the luxury of living on my own, as I can afford it, and my car payments are low. I'm responsible with my credit card and avoid overspending. However, I'm realizing that I can barely afford anything, and it's becoming increasingly clear that I won't be able to save enough in time. I'm a 36-year-old who may have to consider moving into a roommate situation just to save more. If it weren't for my plans to move and pursue my graduate program in another country, I believe I would be content with my current situation and doing well. Perhaps imposter syndrome plays a role, as my sister suggests, or maybe it's just my strong desire for something more that is causing this stress. Every time I see my automatic withdrawal of $250 biweekly rejected due to insufficient funds, it unreasonably saddens me. 2 trips to the emergency room already wiped out almost half of my savings. I'm careful with my spending, meal prepping to save on food and maintain a healthy diet, but instead of finding time to relax, I'm constantly stressed, venting my frustrations and pacing. To add to my worries, I have 2 upcoming doctor's appointments to determine a potential brain tumor, and I can only imagine the cost of surgery if that is indeed the case. I know it's important not to panic until I have an official diagnosis, but I need to be financially prepared for any outcome, which puts me right back at square one. It's incredibly frustrating. In summary, I want to pursue my graduate studies in another country, but due to the high costs of living in my current city, I'm finding it nearly impossible to save the amount I need within a reasonable time frame. Nobody screws with my dog. This took place way back in the 6th grade towards the end of the year. I live on the same street as this kid I will call Dan. I have a dog about 7 years old and loves being outside to play with the neighbor kids during warm weather when everyone is out. Well, on some random day of the year, Dan must have been feeling edgy because he came out of his house and just beat the SHT out of my dog with a plastic bat, right in front of my sister. She ran into the house bawling, telling us what just happened. We ran outside, picked up our dog, and rushed him to the vet. After not too long of a wait, the vet came and told us that our dog was alive and that he should recover over the next week or so. My parents were angry and took this to Dan's parents, explaining what he did to our dog. They seemed to be understanding of the situation and told us that they were sorry and that they will punish Dan severely. But I was immensely furious. This didn't satisfy my anger towards Dan at all. Now here's the deal, I never really liked Dan. He was pretty mean at school, we were both in the same grade, but not necessarily towards me but towards my close friends, and I guess I have been ignoring it for far too long. We were in the same grade and something the school does every year for the 6th graders is to have a big science fair towards the end of the year. Everybody tries to make these super elaborate projects. This is where I start my master plan. Once everyone was getting close to finishing their projects, I looked around the classrooms to try and locate Dan's project. His is like some aerodynamic rocket that travels fast down a close line in a short amount of time. Perfect. I checked out the missile and the rocket has a fuse. Too perfect. That night I went home and looked at my fireworks inventory I had left over from last year's 4th of July. Sure enough, I still had a massive belt of firecrackers left, so I went over my plan on what to do. After school the next day, I dissected Dan's rocket, put in as many firecrackers as I could, and ensured they would be set off once the fuse was lit. I put everything back together as if no one had touched it. Skip ahead a few weeks and it's the day of the science fair. It took place in our gym and we were supposed to be next to our projects all morning as judges came around to judge them. So I couldn't see where Dan was presenting, but I paid close attention to every noise in the gym. About a half an hour into the science fair I heard an enormous explosion from one end of a gym and a loud crash. The blast was more substantial than I thought. The rocket was obliterated along with Dan's hearing. One of the beams that held the clothesline fell over and broke some glass on another poor kid's project. There was a lot of shouting and all the adults rushed to that end of the gym to see what had happened. I stood perfectly still. I just sat there giggling at my handiwork knowing how traumatized Dan must be. I felt no sympathy, only villainous satisfaction. Am I the a-hole for sabotaging my girlfriend's biggest project in life? You don't know how important it is to have a twin. I 21 male am a twin. We can call my brother Matthew for anonymity's sake. To get ahead of some of the most commonly asked questions, we're identical. We do things in sync sometimes, but I don't know if it's any more common than two people who just spend a lot of time together and adopt each other's mannerisms. I would absolutely say that the twin intuition thing is real. We have 2 older brothers and I love them, but I'm not as close to them as I am Matthew. We have never been away from each other for longer than maybe 3 days. We don't technically live together but we stay in the same apartment building for college and often just fall asleep at each other's places. My girlfriend, 24, and I have been long distance for basically our entire relationship. I'm busy with school and the music me and Matthew work on together. She lives about 2 hours away and is busy with her job and her grad program. To make a long, somewhat confusing explanation short, she's staying with me for the summer, working shorter hours remotely while she fulfills an in-person grad school requirement at the university I currently attend. Most of her grad program has been online, this section is not. It's her capstone project and doing it during the summer basically means she's doing it in double time so she really has to buckle down and work. I get that. Still, the way she's been treating my brother isn't cool with me. She often rolls her eyes and shuts herself in our guest bedroom when she comes home and sees that he's over. We smoke together and mess around on guitars together while we work on music, things she used to be fond of but now seems to hate. The final straw came last week when I got a phone call while I was out of her freaking out. She had refused to let my brother in the apartment so he used the key I had given him, and she lost it. She said her boundaries weren't being respected and that I needed to kick him out. Instead, I told her she needs to leave. She's furious, saying she can't find somewhere else to stay on such short notice and I'm fucking up the most important class of her life, saying I'm too codependent on my brother, and that I should have never told her she could stay when I knew she needed to work and I wasn't allowing her to do so.
My boyfriend is planning to propose. Should I tell him I slept with his older brother before we were together? Long story short, 3 years ago I was a server at a local diner and Kyle, my now boyfriend, and his brother Tim were frequent guests. Tim and I spent a lot of time together, if you know what I mean, strictly intimate, for nearly 6 months and then went our separate ways. Nothing specific caused us to fall off, our fling was just over I guess, I'm not sure how to explain it. Absolutely no hard feelings were had. I also changed jobs and didn't see them anymore. Anyways, Kyle messaged me on social media a few weeks after Tim and I split and we hit it off really well, started seeing each other and fell in love. He's awesome, the best guy I've ever been with in every way possible. I found out he's planning on proposing. Here's where things get a little chaotic. We had been together maybe 4 months before I met any of his family. He took me to his mom's birthday party and his whole family was there, including Tim and Tim's wife and kids. They are literally an inspirational power couple and their kids are amazing. I was caught completely off guard and decided to wait until we left to mention it to Kyle, until Tim cornered me, begged me not to say a word to anyone about our fling because it would break his entire family's heart and destroy his very awesome wife. Like no kidding dude. I decided to keep it to myself. We see Tim and Angie, his wife, 4 times a year maybe, and it's always with the rest of the family. Kyle and Tim don't have the best relationship, so it wasn't a big deal, but now that I know Kyle is planning to propose, I all of a sudden feel like I should tell him, should I? Or should I just take it to the grave?
What's the craziest butterfly effect that happened to you because of a small decision you made? My existence. When my dad was about 20, he needed a phone number, so he called the operator from a payphone. She gave him the number, he hung up, and she accidentally refunded the money back to the payphone. She called the payphone back and asked him if he could put the money back in, which he did, and hung up again. She accidentally refunded the money again and had to call back again to ask him to put the money back in. He did, and hung up again. She was so flustered, she refunded the money again and called back again, and my father got to chatting with her and got her number. They set up a date, which she stood him up for. Then she forgot his name when he called her again. Then they actually got coffee, and 4 years later were married. This coming August it'll be 50 years for them. If my dad didn't need that phone number, I wouldn't be here. Made a last-minute decision to go to a friend's divorce party and met my wife.
What is the biggest load of bull you have ever been told? I had an ex that cheated on me, but in her words it wasn't actually intimacy because she didn't look at them during it. Obviously, that cleared everything up. I also had a different ex who told me she had learned that SPRM has negative calories, so it's extra healthy. My roommate keeps trying to stop me from cleaning up after his dog craps on my carpet. He says you have to let it dry and harden to make it clean up better. He's a cool dude, but that's why the floor of the house is so effing gross. That my crazy ex was pregnant. Been with her for about 2 months. She started becoming very suspicious of me, and I found out she was going through my phone, probably while I was asleep, because I didn't have a passcode on it. She would read my conversations, and finally when she thought she had some dirt on me she hit me with, "Well, who's Rebecca and why are you planning to meet with her?" I responded, "If you'd read more of the conversation you'd see that I was planning on having lunch with her and her fiancé. If I was cheating on you, don't you think I'd at least have a passcode on my phone? But you know what, we should slow down." Fast forward a week and she shows me her sonogram. I know it wasn't hers. But all of a sudden she's pregnant. I decided to go along with it, so I changed my tone and became super supportive and involved. Told her I wanted to go with her to the first appointment. She told me I didn't have to go and her mom would go with her. Waited it out and another week or so passed by and she lost the baby. I tell her she needs to get the heck out of here and I'm done. My girlfriend had a girl tell her that Americans carry stress in their tailbone and it affects their spine and the way they walk, something about causing it to point downwards. The specifics of this aren't really that important. The amazing part is that this girl's boyfriend is a healer, and he is the one who has convinced her that she is suffering from this spinal issue in her tailbone, and the best, I mean absolute cherry on top best part of it, is that part of the treatment for this malady, which is of course incurable and will require treatment indefinitely, is doing it from the back door. This guy wins the butt effing bull award right here, because he has convinced his girlfriend that he is helping heal her of a made-up condition by going in the back door. We hear it, insert high school name, do not tolerate bullying. Final update, I heard my wife insulting me during intimacy. Firstly, we found an E&M-friendly therapist with some really good references, so we've gone to see her 4 times so far, which she said was a pretty intense schedule and that usually she recommends weekly or bi-weekly appointments, but that given the crisis we are in we would benefit from more frequent sessions in the short term and saving our argument/fight/discussions for our sessions with her so things don't get out of hand. We're officially closed now. We both saw who we needed to see and it's just the 2 of us. The therapist said 2 months was nowhere near long enough, so we've closed indefinitely for now, and we'll see down the line when we open back up. My wife's friend with benefits didn't take their split well. He came to the house to talk to me and try to change my mind, but I wouldn't open the door to him. Ended up calling the cops after he started getting aggressive. He's out of the picture now, and the even better news is that he was too upset to even consummate that last meeting of theirs. His last memory of intimacy with my wife is me busting in on him, and now he has to live with that. Our 3rd therapy session was really brutal. She came clean about a bunch of stuff that really shocked me, maybe even more than the whole insult thing. She had been breaking ground rules pretty much left and right for the thrill of it, often in really specific and deliberate, and pretty hurtful, ways. My trust in her is pretty much non-existent right now, and regardless of therapy I've given myself until the end of the year to begin feeling some trust in her again, otherwise I don't see much point going on. I'm struggling with bitterness due to the fact that trying to save my marriage means I'll likely lose other relationships with people special to me, and it could all be for no reason in the end. Right now it's just one step at a time, not much more to do than fight through it, but I am a fighter. P.S. None of you warned me how goddamned expensive therapy is, but you best believe it's coming out of the joint account. I know that obviously this is a really bad situation, and she's done a lot wrong, but I should explain a bit about why I'm willing to fight for it, and why I'd rather not see people denigrating her in these replies. Despite everything I've explained in these few posts, we're talking about a truly incredible woman. She's warm, she's loving, she's kind, she's so intelligent, she's fierce, she's always been the first to help whoever needs it, the last to leave when more still needs to be done. She takes care of her family, she's hilarious with a wicked sense of humor, she's adventurous, she loves life, she loves to laugh and she doesn't suffer fools. She's also incredibly gorgeous, I mean like actual magazine cover stunning, and if I can be a bit off color, she can have intimacy like Olympus thunder over the waves. She's been the love of my life, she's made some life-changing mistakes, but if there's any way to go back to what we had, I'm prepared to slog through pain to get there. Hi everyone, just one final update here. We tried our best but unfortunately, it has not worked out. I haven't been able to get past it. There is no trust there anymore. There's fondness, but I don't know if I can even call it love anymore. She's pretty devastated, which I don't take any pleasure in. At least I'm doing a pretty decent job of letting go of the anger, Therapy has helped a lot for that. Maybe if it was just our relationship impacted, we might have been able to make it work, but it's had a ruinous effect on a number of other relationships as well, and an impact on my life beyond just my marriage. Among other things, she had sought out and slept with a couple of close friends and a work subordinate of mine. Those friendships, which I've had for decades, are now over, and that person at work has been let go. All of it is having knock-on effects on other parts of my personal and work life. It's not something I can get over. The separation and divorce will at least be amicable. We won't be battling it out in the courts. We've already agreed on a division of assets that we both agree is fair. Luckily, neither of us has had to rely financially on the other while we've been together. I've decided that after the divorce is finalized, I'll have no more contact with her whatsoever. I need a clean break. One silver lining is that I've been able to meet back up with a couple of my partners from before and had a grand old time. I made the mistake of saying, genuinely and with no bad intention, that at least now she can meet back up with the other guy again. She didn't take that the way I meant it and thought I was having a dig at her, and we had a big fight, but then it smoothed over. In any event, it's on to the next adventure now. May enjoy single life for a while. I've still got a good chunk of my youth left, and fortunately I still look like it. I'll take my wins whenever I can get them. I'm in mourning but also excited about what life has in store. One major thing is that she never wanted to be a parent, and I did before we got married. The prospect of fatherhood is open to me again, and that's really life-affirming. Onward and upwards. What was the hottest thing someone said to you? Sunday morning, just dropped the kids off at the church nursery. My wife whispers to me, honey, I forgot something at home. Me, what was it? Her whispering in my ear, my underwear. Somehow we missed the sermon that week. I remember a girl I was talking to was in love with my shoulders. I'm a bigger guy, so my shoulders are pretty broad, but she would almost get off just from feeling and holding onto my shoulders, and it was the hottest thing to have someone actually attracted to a part of me. I remember when I first started dating my ex, I had bought really cute lingerie, and while he was watching a random video on his computer, I asked him if he would like to play with me. The immediate pausing of the video and the look on his face as he swiveled around both thrilled and embarrassed the hell out of me. At a gay bar, a guy asked me if I'm straight. I said yes, and then he replied, I knew it, you were too cute to be true. I had dropped a 123 pounds, was mostly muscle and with an all-white beard. A woman walked by and asked to be on my naughty list. I was flabbergasted because I had no idea what she meant.
What did you falsely believe as a kid? I thought divorced couples had to swap partners with other divorced couples. Blowing and popping bubbles was slowly adding clean air to the world. Thought I was saving the world one bubble at a time. Bet I could see through things. Turns out I was just focusing on things further away so things in the foreground would turn transparent. When I was 7, I had a baby brother. Shortly after his birth, my mother had to go to the hospital again. Allergy. Little me had already learned that hospitals bring babies, so I asked my mother if she had another one. If you swallow a watermelon seed, a watermelon will grow in your belly. Radio stations had the bands performing Live each time the song was played. That the Bermuda Triangle was way more deadly than it is. My stepdad was in the Navy and had a cruise that went through it. I was legitimately afraid his ship would be sunk and no trace ever found.
Final update, I want to give a big gift without it being weird. So, I showed up right as he was walking across the lot to his truck to leave for the week. I ran up and was like, hey, how are you holding up? He sighed heavily and said, I'm getting through it because I must get through it. I asked, have you come to a solution for your car problem? And he sighed again and said, yes, the solution is that I must have one and can't afford another. We were about 20 yards away from employee parking and could see both my cars, so I said, well, this weekend I bought that car, point at new car, and so now I would like you to have that one, point at old car. He was absolutely speechless, so I kinda started talking fast and was like, I couldn't find the title, it's in my closet somewhere, but I have all the necessary paperwork you need to bring to the Iowa dot to transfer it into your name. I'll pay for a replacement title if I can't find it, and it's overdue for an oil change, so I'll get that done this week while you're out too. I'll leave the keys on my desk so you have them if you get back after I leave on Friday. I attempt to look in his eyes, but his mask has fogged his glasses. I will continue. Yeah, they only offered me $98 for the car and I didn't think it was worth it, and I didn't really want to hassle with selling it online. Also, I don't have space at home to keep it, so I thought to myself, why not let coworker have it? So here we are. He has begun shaking. It's 15 degrees, so I'm getting pretty cold at this point and I start hopping a little. So, would you take my car please? I ask, by way of concluding the offer and requesting some kind of feedback. Immediately, he grabbed me around the shoulders and pulled me in for a long, strong hug. He is openly weeping into my hair now. He is saying something but my scarf is muffling his words, but I let him hang on until he decides to pull back. Finally he removed his glasses, and he looked me in the eyes and said, you have changed my life with this gift. I cannot describe what you have given me. So of course I started crying and we hugged again. Then, he said I must be freezing and I am to go into the office immediately, so I did. He sat out in his truck for a while before finally leaving for the week, and I feel content that he did not insist on haggling over money. Perhaps if he decides later to bring it up, I will entertain what he has to say, but for now I'm well satisfied with how this turned out. Now I just have to find that damn title. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to each and every one of you who read this and took the time to reply. As it turns out, I was totally overthinking how this was going to go. During a court case, what was your you just messed up moment while someone in the opposition was talking? Almost 9 years ago, I was involved with someone for a brief period of time. He got mixed up in the wrong crowd and started doing drugs and stealing. The lying also started. When I found out that he was involved in all of this, I decided to leave him. A month passed and I wasn't feeling too great, so I decided to take a pregnancy test, and guess what? Pregnant. I called him and told him the news. I didn't want to breathe a word to him, but it was the moral thing to do. He decided that he didn't want to quit the circle and lifestyle that he was currently living, so we both went our own ways. He chose drugs and I chose to raise my son on my own. One morning while leaving for work, the sheriff met me at my gate with a court order. This man wanted visitation rights to see my son. I went cold. In those 2 years I was told about his stealing, criminal charges of domestic violence, armed robbery, drug selling, and complete horror. Now you can understand why I went cold. I cried like a baby. How was I going to keep him away from my son? This wasn't out of being spiteful. I was deathly afraid for my son's safety. I went to court alone, every time returning home in tears because he never appeared, so all I was met with was postponements. What made matters worse was that I had all of his charge sheets and the court references of all his grievances, but it felt like they meant nothing because the court said to me that even fathers in prison have a right to see their children. I was terrified. He started stalking my house and climbing on the roof whilst we slept. He sent me threatening messages, etc. Please let this be known that he has never seen our child and has never offered a dime toward my baby's upbringing. The court then decided that we had to see a family advocate together. I didn't sleep for days leading up to this meeting. Finally, the day came. He arrived. I sat in the waiting room with a pounding heart and sweaty palms. I was so afraid of being in the same room as him because I knew exactly what he was capable of. They called our names and let us into a meeting room. The advocate asked me in front of him what my reasons for fighting against the visitation was, and I started to reveal all. As I mentioned that I was to immigrate and that my partner at the time was acting as a good role model and father figure to my son, it happened. He snapped. He pushed his chair out and came at me over the desk, shouting that if I let another man near my son or myself that he will kill me. That was my "you've just messed up" moment. I sat there terrified but relieved. The advocate jumped up in haste and called for security. He was arrested on the spot. We've never seen him again. My son turns 9 years old in September and I have raised him on my own. I could not be more proud of myself for getting this far. My son has no threat and we live a great life with minimal hiccups. That one moment literally saved our lives.